Chapter 792. The sky was dark and gloomy. Thick leaden clouds hung low and low, as if they were going to cover the sea of trees. It was as dark as night. This article is from A ray of light streaked across the sky, and a short man flew on his sword. Although he was not tall, he was born with a square face and a wide mouth, revealing a valiant aura. The long sword under his feet was a magical treasure. The light landed on the ground, and the man sheathed his sword. He looked up and saw that savage mountain towered into the clouds. However, when he tried to look deeper, all he saw was churning mist, sealing off the entire mountain. Even his divine sense could not penetrate it. This is the 8-directional misty sea formation. Sure enough, old Freakswa was killed by him, and even the guarding formation was destroyed. In less than a month, those renowned figures of the South have either been killed or forced to swear a blood oath and become servants. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga really does live up to its reputation. Just how powerful is this Li Qingchan? The man muttered to himself. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly turned around and looked back. He gripped the hilt of his sword with a wary expression. A green cloud pierced through the clouds and flew towards Savage Mountain. The color of the green cloud was not emerald green or dark green, but rather a wretched green. It surged as if it had a life of its own, and its speed was not much slower than the man's. In the blink of an eye, it had also landed in front of the valley. The ghastly green-colored cloud and mist seemed even more strange. It surged as if it wanted to pounce towards the man and emitted a strange droning sound, as if it was a monster that wanted to swallow a person whole. If one looked carefully, it wasn't a cloud and mist at all. It was clearly a myriad of tiny green-colored insects that were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Myriad poison cult. The man frowned. Cough, cough. Fellow Peng, what are you doing in my southern border instead of drifting about on the sea? A feminine voice came from the cloud of insects, and a tall and thin figure walked out of the cloud of insects. It was a young gentleman dressed in luxurious clothes with a sickly face. The cloud of insects rolled and gathered, returning to the rattan pot at his waist. So it's the sickly young master. This Li Qingchan really has a great reputation, Ping Jingni said with a smile. A fighting spirit rose in his heart as he unsheathed the shocking centipede sword halfway. You and I both have a mission today, so let's forget about it. Since you were here first, you can go first. If you really don't accept it, then we'll do it again after we're done. The sickly young master elegantly raised his hand and gestured for Peng Jingni to go first. Peng Jingni wasn't a fool. He knew that if he met Li Qingchan first, he would definitely mess things up later on. Although the myriad poison cult and the South Sea Sword Pavilion dominated the southern region and the South Sea Sword Pavilion, they had been neighbors for many years and had many conflicts. The myriad poison cult was a standard demonic sect, while the South Sea Sword Pavilion prided itself on being righteous. As a sword cultivator sect, there was no lack of chivalry. And the most fundamental reason was the competition for benefits. Once a magic treasure was born and a spiritual grass grew, there would inevitably be an open and veiled struggle. Generation after generation. It was unknown how many fellow disciples had died at the hands of the other party. When they met, they had to be amiable. That would be strange. As the most outstanding disciples of the sect, they would usually fight when they met. If you're not in a hurry, then I'll go first. The sickly young master smiled and stepped forward. A wave of sword chi swept past him, plowing a deep ravine in front of him. Don't even think about it. Peng Jingni drew his sword. This person has a glib tongue. If I let him in first, he'll definitely ruin my plans. I can't go left or right. What are you trying to do? The South Sea Sword Pavilion sure is impressive. Don't forget that this is the southern region of the Mist Province. The sickly young master's pale face sank. Let's fight first and decide who's victorious. Watch as I chase away a sickly bastard like you first. Peng Jingni smiled. Fair enough. It won't take me much time to poison a shorty like you anyway. Why don't the two of you come in together? When they were ready to fight, a voice rang out from the valley. The mist dispersed, revealing a path. Both of them thought of something. The sickly young master took a step back and made an inviting gesture. Ping Jingni snorted coldly and sheathed his sword. The two of them rushed into the valley one after another, and the mist closed up again. Pingjingni passed through the misty formation of the 8 directions first, guarding against the sickly young master behind him as he sped along. Seeing how there was no opportunity for a sneak attack, the sickly young master gave up. Arriving in the valley, the lair of demons that had once stood out in the south had become very cold and cheerless. The structures of the old city had all been razed to the ground, replaced by vegetation. So it's just a facade, a defensive formation. What a waste of resources. The sickly young master felt disdain. If he were in control of the Blood Oath Scroll, he would definitely establish a strict organization on Savage Mountain. However, Li Qingshan clearly had no plans to do that. Right when he was about to fly towards the main peak, he saw Peng Jingni suddenly turn around. Below the spring in the western mountains, someone waved their hand. Over here. A waterfall that resembled a white dragon seemed to fly down from the clouds and land in the deep pool. The grass beside the pool was luxuriant, blooming with exotic flowers and plants. Li Qingshan sat on a rock beside the pool and said to Little and beside him, "Doesn't this look like where we first cultivated?" Little and nodded. She wore a string of white prayer beads on her wrist. There were a total of 27 of them. She had spent a long time refining the skull prayer beads again. Although she had only increased the number by 1 or 2, the effort and resources she had expended was immense. The skull prayer beads had also reached the 3rd stage. Every skeleton demon had become stronger, and the power of the skeleton demon formation had greatly increased as well. It could be said that, even without Little and personally taking action, with just this string of prayer beads, even if the 10 people who swore a blood oath worked together, they would not be a match for it. This was why Li Qingshan did not have any plans to establish a strict organization. His strength came from himself and Little and beside him, not from a bunch of messy demonic cultivators. Everyone focused their attention on the powerful forces he had gathered, but they did not know that this was just the tip of the iceberg of his true strength. Anyone who thought they could step on him would end up crashing into an iceberg. However, Li Qingshan could vaguely sense that this secret was close to being exposed, as far too many people knew about it. Although he had various safety measures in place, he was no longer an insignificant figure that no one paid any attention to. He would always leave behind traces in everything he did. From a certain perspective, this was all thanks to the Dragon King of the Sea killing the North Moon. No one believed the Dragon King of the Sea would fail. Even those who doubted it in the beginning would no longer connect Li Qingshan to the North Moon now. It would be best if he could maintain the secret until the day he went dragon slaying in the Ink Sea. By then, even if everyone in the world knew that Li Qingshan was the North Moon, it would be nothing. However, this would probably be very difficult. Li Qingshan understood. Having reached the 4th layer of the spirit turtle, his premonition was definitely not groundless. Someone's here. It's the people of the Myriad Poison Cult and the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Sure enough, I've alarmed them. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Little and said, that disciple of the Myriad Poison Cult is known as the Sickly Young Master in the South. He's a member of the Imperial Clan of the Kingdom of Yu, one of the successors to the throne. He probably doesn't just represent the Myriad Poison Cult. Chapter 793. P.S. Today is my cousin's engagement. I set off in the morning and ran to Zhengzhou for a whole day. I spent most of the time in the car and only returned at night. I'm dead tired. I was too depressed last month. I need to adjust my pace and pull myself together this month. After all, this is the only meaningful thing in my life right now. From tomorrow onwards, I will resume 2 nights a week. Please cast your monthly votes. Dream Talker thanks you. Peng Jingni arrived before the deep pool first. He saw 2 people sitting under the waterfall. One was a tall man dressed in white. His black hair draped over his shoulders. He sat there casually, but his aura was as heavy as a mountain, giving off an unshakable feeling. So this is Li Qingshan. He lives up to his reputation. As for the other person, Peng Jingni narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of amazement. The sickly young man also rushed over. His first glance landed on Little and he exclaimed inwardly, to think there's such a beauty in the world. How incredible! He then said to Li Qingshan, "You must be Li Qingshan." "That's right. How should I address the two of you?" Li Qingshan examined the two and asked with a smile. Peng Jingni of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Qian Liangmu of the Myriad Poison Cult. The two reported their names at the same time, but they were rather dissatisfied. This Li Qingshan was too arrogant. They came from extraordinary backgrounds, possessed outstanding talent, and had made a name for themselves many years ago. No matter where they went, everyone would show them some respect. However, not only did Li Qingshan not invite them to the main peak for a discussion, but he did not even stand there. He looked down on them without any manners at all, asking for their names right away. "What can I do for the two of you to come from afar?" Li Qingshan propped his face with his fist. He tilted his head, curious about their intentions as well. "I came from afar to pay a visit, intending to gift a great fortune to the commander, but I don't even have a cup of hot tea or a stool." "That's too stingy. It doesn't match the reputation of the king of savages," Qian Liangmu said. Peng Jingni hugged his sword and did not comment. However, he agreed with Qian Liangmu for once. He had come from the sea. He was acting as an envoy. Personal honor was secondary. They absolutely could not weaken their momentum and lose the reputation of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Otherwise, how could they talk about this matter if they felt inferior to each other the moment they met? "I didn't notice that. My bad. But I don't have tea here. Only wine. If you like it, let's have a drink together. If you don't like it, let's drink together. This pond water is refreshing and sweet." Li Qingshan smiled. He took out 2 jars of wine from his samura ring and tossed them to the two. Then, he picked up a jar of wine and drank it heartily. Peng Jingni caught the wine jar that flew over and was stunned for a moment before he said, "Why drink water when there's wine?" He opened the clay seal and drank a few mouthfuls before praising, "Good wine." This praise was not at all polite. There was no need to say more about the taste of this wine, but in terms of the density of the spiritual energy, it was comparable to elixirs, enough to cause a bloody battle in the southern border. He admitted that if he had such a jar of wine, he wouldn't be willing to share it with others. Li Qingshan had gone on a killing spree in the southern border and obtained many spoils of war. This wine was just one of them. In any case, he had obtained it easily, so he did not feel that it was a pity. Qian Liangmu took a few sips and was speechless. He found it strange. If Li Qingshan wanted to take them down a notch, he would not have taken out such a precious spiritual wine. If he wanted to befriend them, he should not have been so disrespectful. He raised his head and met Li Qingshan's bright eyes. He suddenly realized that his attitude was indifferent. It did not matter how precious this jar of wine was, nor did it matter who they were, nor did it matter what kind of powerful faction they had behind them. "Since you've come, I'll treat you to a drink and listen to what you have to say. That's all." Peng Jingni also saw this point. He, who had always been known for his heroic spirit, could not help but be secretly impressed. Legend has it that this Li Qingshan is incomparably arrogant, saying things like, "Those who submit to me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish." Looking at it with my own eyes, he is more magnanimous and heroic. He is not an arrogant and conceited person. If I met him on a normal day, I would definitely befriend him. However, the more he is like this, the harder it is to deal with him. I'm afraid the objective of this trip will not be easy to achieve. Peng Jingni looked at Qian Liangmu, and coincidentally, Qian Liangmu also looked over. Their gazes met, and they immediately separated. They were actually more willing for Li Qingshan to bring out all the 10 great cave masters under him. Whether it was to boost his prestige or to take him down a notch, the more powerful he appeared, the more weak he showed inside. Such a normal situation was really troublesome. They felt that no matter if it was coercion or temptation, it would not achieve the desired effect. As for stools, there aren't any here. The two of you can sit wherever you want. If you're afraid of lowering your head to me, you can just fly into the sky. As Li Qingshan said this, he tilted the jar in his hand and fed it to Little and beside him. His movements were very light, unlike his rough manner just now. He asked, "How's the taste?" "Very good." Little and took a few small sips. Actually, to her, there was no difference whether it was fine wine or dirty water. She just liked the wine he fed her. Ping Jingni flew up and sat down on a large rock in front of him. Qian Liangmu smiled rather helplessly and chose another rock. Ping Jingni said, "The first cave master under you, Yu Wufeng, is a traitor of our South Sea Sword Pavilion. Ever since he betrayed us 30 years ago, he has always been hiding in Savage Mountain. I never expected you to find him. I'm under orders from my master to ask you to return him to our South Sea Sword Pavilion and accept punishment. So that's how it is. Wufeng, you've been listening for so long. Come and meet this former disciple of the same sect." Li Qingshan nodded. A streak of swordlight flew over from the main peak and landed in front of the waterfall. He corrected himself, "It's Wufeng." After a moment of silence, he bowed and said, "My king." "There's no difference. Fellow Peng, is this the person?" Ping Jingni's eyes lit up when he saw Wufeng. He immediately straightened up and withdrew his gaze. He said to Li Qingshan, "That's him. If you help us capture the traitor, the South Sea Sword Pavilion will definitely repay you in the future. Yu Wufeng, are you willing to return to the South Sea Sword Pavilion with your junior brother?" Li Qingshan asked. "I am." Yu Wufeng fell silent again. "Is that so?" Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. "This fellow Yu is not a traitor of the South Sea Sword Pavilion, but a hero," Qian Liangmu interrupted. Ping Jingni glared at him. This bastard really was going to ruin his plans. "What do you mean?" Li Qingshan asked. "This is an open secret in the southern border. This brother Yu of the South Sea Sword Pavilion endured the humiliation, pretending to be a judge and joining Savage Mountain. His goal is to unify Savage Mountain, turning this place into a springboard for the South Sea Sword Pavilion to enter the southern border so that they can fight our myriad poison cult. Commander, if you let him go, once he transcends the third heavenly tribulation and becomes the pavilion master of the South Sea Sword Pavilion, he'll definitely have his revenge for today's humiliation." Qian Liangmu glanced at Peng Jingni with a smile. He laughed at the South Sea Sword Pavilion schemes. In the end, he suffered a double loss. Peng Jingni was about to retort when Yu Wufeng sighed and said, "Junior brother, there's no need to say any more." He smiled and said, "Deceiving people with clever words is never your forte. Senior brother has a heavy responsibility." Yet, he had fallen into such a situation. He had truly let down his benefactor. "I've let the sect down." "Yes, senior brother." Peng Jingni's chest warmed up as he lowered his head. Yu Wufeng then said to Li Qingshan, "Commander Li, if you are willing to show mercy, I swear that I will not take revenge for today, nor will I divulge any of your secrets. I'm even more willing to lend you a hand and make you unrivaled in southern border." His words were filled with killing intent, directed at the myriad poison cult. Qian Liangmu said, "I wonder how this oath compares to a blood oath? Brother Yu is truly scheming. Are you trying to get someone else to do your dirty work?" "Commander Li, a single thought of benevolence can lead to endless trouble in the future. There are many things that can replace the blood oath scroll in southern border, such as the poison vow gu, the 1,000-needle curse," Qian Liangmu interrupted. "I wonder which of these things can restrain a cultivator who has transcended the third heavenly tribulation. Are you trying to deceive the commander into not knowing about southern border's gu curse arts?" The two of them engaged in a verbal battle. In the end, Qian Liangmu was the more eloquent one. Every word struck at the heart of the matter, leaving Yu Wufeng speechless. He could only bow deeply towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan countered with a question, "If you were in my position, what would you choose?" Yu Wufeng was speechless, his expression dim. "Then my answer would be the same," Li Qingshan said. "Fellow Li, do you really think nothing of my South Sea Sword Pavilion?" Peng Jingni shouted angrily. "Fellow Peng, it's best if you keep your cool. If you go too far, it won't be good." Li Qingshan glanced at him quietly. There was no killing intent in his gaze, but it made him shiver inside. Yu Wufeng's gaze was even stricter, reminding him of when he was practicing the sword many years ago. "I lost my composure. Please forgive me, fellow Li." Ping Jingni glanced at Qian Liangmu from the corner of his eye. Indeed, he saw a smile in his eyes. If they really fell out and invaded southern border to attack Savage Mountain, it would only make Li Qingshan side with the myriad poison cult. Not to mention that he still held a hostage that the South Sea Sword Pavilion could not give up. You don't have to hate me. When your senior brother drew his sword against me back then, didn't he want to kill me? The path of cultivation is about fighting for a chance of survival with all one's strength in the first place. I will not hate him. One day in the future, I might release him, but it definitely won't be now. I don't need to explain the reasoning behind this. You should understand it as well. Li Qingshan's words still left Yu Wufeng and the South Sea Sword Pavilion a glimmer of hope. I'm clumsy with words, and there are many things I can't say clearly. I would like to invite you to the South Sea. Our master will definitely give you a satisfactory result, Ping Jingni said. Commander, be careful not to fall into a trap, Qian Liangmu said indifferently, but it made Ping Jingni grit his teeth in anger. All right, we will go. The one who spoke was not Li Qingshan, but Little and who had been listening quietly the entire time. Peng Jingni rejoiced inside and looked at Li Qingshan. If she agrees, then I agree. Li Qingshan was originally stuck between two options. Since Little and had spoken, she definitely had a plan. As long as he did not go to the South Sea Sword Pavilion, he was confident that he could put up a fight even if he faced that great sword cultivator, not to mention that he had the spirit turtle to foretell fortune. Qian Liangmu wanted to say something, but he shut his mouth again. Even he would struggle to turn down a woman like that, let alone go back on his word after turning her down. Li Qingshan was clearly not an indecisive person. Moreover, this matter might even be an opportunity. Ping Jingni let out a sigh of relief. This outcome was barely satisfactory. He never thought he would actually feel so much pressure when he faced this Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, Prince Qian, let me hear what you mean by great riches and honor. Chapter 794. Qian Liangmu coughed gently. The leader of the Myriad Poison cult, the Myriad Poison ancestor, would like to invite you to become a protector of the cult. Peng Jingni immediately sneered. The Myriad Poison cult sure has schemed well. Is this the great riches and honor you speak of? Li Qingshan took a sip of alcohol. That's right. To regular cultivators, the identity of a protector of the Myriad Poison cult is indeed great riches and honor. However, what he was implying was as clear as day. This was absolutely nothing to him. He thought, a mere protector wants to pull me into the Myriad Poison cult's war chariot? Isn't that a little too naive? The Sword Collection Palace invited me as a guest elder, and they gave me a powerful arcane treasure at the very least. And if I really do run into trouble, the Sword Collection Palace will lend me a hand for the sake of their pride. For a demonic sect like the Myriad Poison cult, it'll be nice if they don't stab me in the back. Qian Liangmu smiled as if everything was within his grasp. Then he said, then what about the identity of a guest elder of the King of Southern Yu's estate? Yu Wufeng raised an eyebrow and thought, here comes the main show. The King of Southern Yu's estate had always had a tradition of recruiting guests, regardless of their identity or race. As long as they could pass through the corresponding test, they could become guests and receive the protection of the royal family, enjoying many benefits. In the past, whenever they recruited guests, countless cultivators of the Mist province would flock over like ducks. In the Mist capital, they would wage a bloody battle for the identity of a guest. Peng Jingni's lips parted, but he said nothing in the end. The South Sea Sword Pavilion could oppose the Myriad Poison cult, and they did not fear Qian Liangmu's identity as a prince, but they dared not ruin the King of Southern Yu's estate's grand plan. The King of Southern Yu's method of selecting a successor was even harsher than the imperial clan of Great Xia. They revered the primitive law of the survival of the fittest. Princes trained in various parts of the Mist province, so dying was very common. As long as a great cultivator like the master of the Sword Pavilion did not directly take action and carry out targeted killings, the King of Southern Yu's estate basically would not seek revenge. However, this matter was clearly connected to the conflict between the Mist province and the Green province. If the King of Southern Yu's estate could recruit Li Qingshan, it would be equivalent to directly dealing a heavy blow to the cultivation community of the Green province. Who would be reckless enough to drag the King of Southern Yu down? Qian Liangmu glanced at Peng Jingni with a smile, filled with provocation. Right now, he no longer represented the Myriad Poison cult, but the King of Southern Yu's estate. However, to his disappointment, Li Qingshan did not reveal any expression of surprise. He still appeared very calm. Not bad, this can also be considered a great fortune. Is there anything else? Li Qingshan took a sip of wine and asked with a smile. Qian Liangmu's brows twitched. Should I say that he is greedy, or is he heartless? In the face of such an important decision, he could actually still smile. Esteemed guest. Qian Liangmu narrowed his eyes and spat out these two words as if he was spitting out a knife. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The dagger was revealed. Humph, let's see if you can still laugh. Yu Wufeng's eyes narrowed. He never expected the King of Southern Yu to offer something like that. The King of Southern Yu's estate was known to have 3,000 followers, which were divided into upper, middle, and lower levels according to their cultivations. Those who had to go through the first heavenly tribulation could become low-ranking officials, while those who had to go through the second heavenly tribulation could become mid-ranking officials. Only those who had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations had the right to become an honored guest. Just the mere status of a lower honored guest was enough to make countless people scramble for it. Before honored guests, even the King of Southern Yu had to show some respect, referring to them as fellow. Although Li Qingshan was known as the King of Savages, he had yet to undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation. The King of Southern Yu had actually broken tradition and directly appointed Li Qingshan as an honored guest. As long as he became an honored guest, he could basically do whatever he wanted in the Mist Province. There were countless other benefits as well. This truly was a great fortune. However, it was exactly because this fortune was great enough that it made it even more difficult for him to turn it down. Since the King of Southern Yu had demonstrated his determination, there were not a lot of people who dared to turn him down. If Li Qingshan turned him down, he would not necessarily be safe even if he remained within the formations of Savage Mountain. However, if he agreed, it would be equivalent to breaking off ties with the Green Province. As Qian Liangmu had expected, Li Qingshan's smile vanished as expected. He frowned slightly, but Qian Liangmu's heart sank. However, Qian Liangmu's heart sank. Li Qingshan had only straightened his body. Just this simple action was like a mountain suddenly growing several hundred meters taller, casting down a huge, heavy shadow. He felt the pressure suddenly increase. He was shocked. Li Qingshan had clearly not purposefully displayed his bearing to deter him. He had only assumed a stern stance, yet it was enough to make him feel greatly threatened. It was like a mortal facing a vicious tiger. Even if the vicious tiger had no intentions of hunting, all it needed to do was stare, and it was enough to frighten them. The startling salamander sword in Pang Jingyi's hand thrummed and flew out of its sheath with a clang. He pressed down on the hilt in a hurry and comforted the startling salamander sword spirit. He sighed in amazement inside, just a slightly stern expression and no aura, and he managed to make the startling salamander sword give off a warning. What boldness! Originally, I thought with my cultivation, I wouldn't be among the best at the 2nd heavenly tribulation, but I wouldn't be any weaker than anyone. Looking at it now, I've really overestimated myself. Senior brother who has cultivated arduously for so many years and is already close to the 3rd heavenly tribulation, yet he's still lost to him. Looks like it's no coincidence. In the past few years, Li Qingshan had been decisive in killing. Who knew how many 2nd heavenly tribulation humans, demons, and demons had died to his hands, so he had developed a certain bearing. Please consider it carefully, Commander. Do not let down the King of Yu's kind intentions. Qian Liangmu knelt on the rock and clasped his hands. His sleeves fluttered as he bowed to the ground, bowing deeply. Originally, he was rather dissatisfied with the King of Southern Yu directly giving Li Qingshan the status of honored guest. Once Li Qingshan became an honored guest, even he, the prince, would have to take the initiative to bow when they met. But at that moment, most of his dissatisfaction vanished. Instead, he came to a realization. If it really became a battle to the death, I'll probably die to his hands. I won't even be able to escape. This was not a judgment based on rationality. It was purely a feeling of intuition. This intuition had only come to him through countless trials of life and death since he was young. Who knew how many times it had saved his life? Even if the title of King of Savages was still a little undeserving right now, with his talent and boldness, as long as he did not die along the way, there would be a day when he would leap over the third heavenly tribulation and stand alongside the various kings. It was not a shameful thing to bow to such a person. However, his bow was already a form of etiquette towards honored guests. It was close to forcing him to abdicate. He stared right into Li Qingshan's eyes fearlessly and thought to himself, "Make your choice, King of Savages. Whether it's the Mist Province or the Green Province, if you take a wrong step, even geniuses will die. Their souls will disperse and they'll be crushed to pieces." Li Qingshan smiled. "What are you being so stern for?" He scratched his head and sighed. "I originally wanted to muddle my way through, at least for a few years, and wait until the war actually begins. But sure enough, a mighty provincial lord isn't that easy to deal with. Of course, pretending to agree first before explaining to the Green Province without offending either side seems to be the smartest choice. However, I've never been a clever person, and I don't like putting on an act and feigning civility, so..." Li Qingshan drank all the alcohol in the jar and smiled. "I refuse." Chapter 795. Qian Liangmu was originally complacent. He was extremely satisfied with his performance just now. Not only did he put on a sufficiently humble front, preventing Li Qingshan from venting his anger on him, but he did not back down at all in terms of bearing, directly forcing Li Qingshan to make a choice. He could not do it half-heartedly. When he heard Li Qingshan's earlier words, the corner of his lips had already curled up slightly. Since he understood the King of Southern Yu's power, all he could do was agree obediently. He had already begun imagining what kind of reward he would receive after completing this mission of persuasion. He would be taking another step closer to the King of Southern Yu's throne. If he could pull Li Qingshan and Qian Liangmu into his side, that would be for the best. However, when Li Qingshan gave his answer, even Qian Liangmu was stunned despite how shrewd he was. Peng Jingni and Yu Wufeng were taken aback too. They knew Li Qingshan would not agree so easily, but they never expected him to turn it down so straightforwardly. His words were equivalent to cutting off his path of retreat. He was not half-heartedly, not fooling around, not deceiving. He was rejecting him flatly, leaving no room for negotiation. Little and looked at him, blinked his eyes, and smiled. "Commander Li, have you thought it through? Do you know what the consequences will be? There are a lot of people who don't fear the Emperor in the Mist Province, but there aren't a lot of people who don't fear the King of Southern Yu. Even if there are, they probably won't be able to live for long." Qian Liangmu was not threatening Li Qingshan. He had no intention of creating a powerful enemy for himself over the matter of the king's estate. Instead, out of surprise, he questioned him instinctively. He was tempted to smash open Li Qingshan's head and see what he was thinking. "My life." Li Qingshan extended his hand towards Qian Liangmu. In that moment, Qian Liangmu felt like the hand could blot out the sky and envelop him. He could not help but lean backwards. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan did not give off any killing intent, he basically would have turned around and fled already. Li Qingshan clenched his fingers gently and smiled. "Only in my own hands." Qian Liangmu coughed violently a few times to hide his loss of composure just now. He let out a long sigh and said, I didn't expect Commander to be so loyal to the sect. That's rare in the Mist Province, but have you ever considered, Commander, when you were set up by despicable people and sent to the Mist Province, did the Chan Monastery of Devanaga and Chu Lai King ever protect you? The so-called righteous path is nothing more than using a set of hypocritical morals to restrain mortals. We cultivators should not be restrained by such things. Haven't I made myself clear enough? I'm loyal to no one. Whether it's the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, Chu Lai King, or the King of Southern Yu, I came to the Mist Province because of my own choice. Of course, I haven't forgotten about the name Si Qing either. Regardless of gratitude or enmity, I will return it double. Li Qingshan resumed his lazy posture and gently stroked little and seaweed-like long hair. The smooth and silky touch was very comfortable. Then I have nothing else to say. All I can do is bid farewell. Qian Liangmu stood up and clasped his hands. Please. Li Qingshan waved his hand. After a moment of thought, he took out another jar of alcohol and tossed it to Qian Liangmu. Send my regards to Lord Prefecture Overseer. If the opportunity arises, I'll pay a visit to the Mist capital. Qian Liangmu was taken aback again. He only felt like his actions were always unexpected and unpredictable. Probably all geniuses had a few eccentricities, but he had forgotten that he was also known as a genius in the south. Qian Liangmu left in a hurry with the alcohol, returning to the myriad poison cult and the Mist capital to report back. Ping Jingni originally stayed behind because he wanted to ruin Qian Liangmu's plans, but in the end, he did not even get a word in. However, he still felt extremely satisfied after watching the show. You're quite gallant, fellow. Ping Jingni personally believed he did not have the courage to remain composed after turning down the king of Southern Yu. I've just turned down something that I should turn down. What gallant is there to speak of? Li Qingshan said. Though, I'm a little confused. Why did you say it so decisively, without leaving any room for negotiation? Ping Jingni originally thought that Li Qingshan did not turn down the South Sea Sword Pavilion's request outright, and even left behind a sliver of hope because he was fearful of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Looking at it now, that was not the case at all. Why would someone who did not even take the king of Southern Yu's estate seriously fear the South Sea Sword Pavilion? How can the mighty king of Southern Yu be brushed aside with words? If I agree, I'll definitely go to the Mist capital to accept the appointment. By then, if I don't offer up a few proof of my allegiance, how can he spare me? If I want to turn him down again, I won't have a choice. In the end, I'll end up in an awkward position, at a loss for what to do. I'll be looked down upon by the Green Province, but I won't be trusted by the Mist Province either. I still have to make a choice. Li Qingshan shook his head in disapproval. Many times, it was not that he had to be resolute. Instead, there were many things where taking a step back would only lead to constantly retreating until there was no more room to retreat. The outcome would instead be even worse. He would be better off taking a step forward right from the beginning and carving out a path. I see. Peng Jingyi came to a realization before letting out another long sigh. He should not have thought of such a simple principle. However, the influence of the King of Yu's estate was just too great, making people want to run away involuntarily. Then he asked, May I ask when you'll be visiting the South Sea? Li Qingshan rubbed Little N's head. When she wants to go, I'll get your senior brother to contact you. I have a word of advice. This Qian Liangmu is a prince in name, but he's actually a despicable person. When he returns, he'll definitely stir up trouble and make things difficult for the myriad poison cult and the King of Yu's estate. Why don't you lie low for a while? The South Sea is boundless. You can just find a random place there, and even the King of Yu's estate won't be able to reach you. Ping Jingyi tried to persuade him. Before he knew it, his attitude towards Li Qingshan had changed from hostility to admiration. He really did not want to see him die here. And, if the King of Yu's estate really took action, Yu Wufeng would have to go down with him. If Li Qingshan went to the South Sea, he would definitely have a use for the South Sea Sword Pavilion, which would give him an opportunity to exchange for Yu Wufeng. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I don't think the provincial lord will be so impulsive, said Li Qingshan. If he really was afraid of danger, then he might as well flee back to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Why would he go to the South Sea? Why had he come to the south in the first place? Ping Jingyi did not agree. How could he entrust his life to someone else? With his personality, how could he ever think about getting lucky? He was just about to try and persuade him a little more. Junior Peng, there's no need to say anything more. My king has his plans. Go back and report to Master. There's no need to worry about me. This is my fate. In the past, I was in a hurry to break through the third heavenly tribulation, so my foundation was unstable and I was doomed. It's perfect for me to consolidate my cultivation now. I'll serve the king of savages for a while. I believe there'll be a day when the time is right for me to return to the Sword Pavilion, said Yu Wufeng. Since Li Qingshan could survive the Dragon King of the Sea's pursuit, he obviously had his own methods. Moreover, the Banyan Tree King was probably standing behind him. In the beginning, he had been forced to swear a blood oath, hoping that the South Sea Sword Pavilion would save him, but during this period of time, he had instead given up on this thought as he fought across the south with Li Qingshan. He did not want his sect to get involved in this mess because of him. He had gained a slight understanding of Li Qingshan's personality. Even if Master holds a sword to his neck, he probably won't yield. It'll still be difficult for him to remove the blood oath in the end. Since he said that it's not necessarily impossible for him to set me free, he might not have just said it casually. All I can do is wait for this opportunity to appear. Yes, senior brother. Peng Jingni agreed. Yu Wufeng's judgment was also his judgment. Once he returned to the South Sea Sword Pavilion, he definitely would not suggest using force against Li Qingshan. In the end, he said to Li Qingshan, "I still have a presumptuous request. I hope you can agree to it. Let's hear it." "I want to ask for a jar of alcohol for my master," Peng Jingni said as his eyes shone. Yu Wufeng nodded. "No problem." The Myriad Poison Cult, the Poison King Palace, the Poison Heart Hall. An old man in green robes sat on the altar. His face was withered, and his long hair draped over his shoulders, but it was black and translucent. As his eyes opened and closed, a sliver of green light flowed through them. Qian Liangmu stood below the altar and reported what had happened on Savage Mountain. He did not purposefully stir up trouble like Peng Jingni had guessed. Instead, he narrated what had happened extremely calmly, without any of his own thoughts. The Myriad Poison Ancestor listened to Qian Liangmu and closed his eyes. The hall fell silent. Qian Liangmu lowered his head deeply. A while later, the Myriad Poison Ancestor snapped open his eyes and asked, "He told you to bring a jar of alcohol to your father?" "Yes." Qian Liangmu was taken aback. He had always prided himself on his cleverness, but even he found it rather difficult to wrap his head around this right now. There were so many important details, yet he just had to ask about a jar of alcohol. "Only a single jar?" the Myriad Poison Ancestor asked. "Yes." "What an arrogant brat," the Myriad Poison Ancestor said sternly. Qian Liangmu was rather confused. There were many areas where Li Qingshan was arrogant, but it was nowhere near this jar of alcohol. He had no idea how to answer, so all he could do was continue with an affirmative. "Go to the Mist Capital and report back." In the King of Yu's palace, under a flowering tree in a quiet courtyard, a young man leaned against his hand and held a shiny, white chess piece as he stared at the crisscrossing chessboard in thought. The tree was an apricot tree, and the flowers were apricot flowers. They were pinkish-white and bright red, giving off a faint fragrance and elegance. A gentle breeze blew over, and the flowers fell like snow. A while later, a thin layer covered the chessboard. A woman as pretty as an apricot flower blew gently with her pink lips. There were only the two of them in the courtyard, but the woman was not one of the players. Of course, the man was not pretending to play against her either. On the opposite side of the chessboard, there was a bonsai placed on a stone bench. It was a delicate, small tree. The trunk of the tree snaked around like a dragon, entrenched in the pot. Within its tiny space, it gave off a vigorous aura. "My king, Prince Liangmu has returned," an attendant from the palace reported. "Let him in." Qian Liangmu walked in slowly and bowed towards the young man first. "Greetings, father." The young man happened to be the lord of the Mist Province, the king of Southern Yu. He continued to stare at the chessboard. Then Qian Liangmu bowed towards the bonsai. "Tree King." The bonsai was a banyan tree, one of the countless clones of the banyan tree king. He shook the aerial root with the black chess piece as a response. Just when Qian Liangmu was about to bow towards the woman urged him, "Don't be so polite. If you have something to say, just say it." "I still want to watch the game." Qian Liangmu agreed in a hurry. Just like how he did in the Myriad Poison Cult, he described what had happened on Savage Mountain. However, this time, he added a lot of his own opinions. He carried out various evaluations and analyses of Li Qingshan and Little N, ranging from the various changes in the south to the situation of the Green Province and Mist Province. His content was over 10 times colder than before. The woman became impatient. The king of Southern Yu continued to stare at the chessboard. Only when Qian Liangmu finished did he turn around. Chapter 796. Yes. Qian Liangmu offered up the jar of alcohol. He was very confused. Why were they all asking for a jar of alcohol? Yes, the jar of alcohol was precious, but that was only to someone at his level. Whether it was the myriad poison ancestor or the king of Southern Yu, they would never ask for it. In reality, ever since the king of Southern Yu was appointed as a provincial lord, he had indeed rarely received such an ordinary gift. He fiddled around with the jar of alcohol in interest. What do you think, fellow cultivator? The banyan tree king in the pot swayed gently and said in an ancient voice, I'm familiar with this child. I usually refer to him as a fellow cultivator. Qian Liangmu was dumbfounded. He referred to the banyan tree king as a fellow cultivator. The woman was surprised too. The banyan tree king had a mild temperament, but given his status and cultivation, even if others referred to him as a fellow arrogantly, he would not be angered. But just how many people in the world could he truly acknowledge as a fellow? No wonder you're bold enough to come to my mist province. As it turns out, it's nice to enjoy the shade under a great tree, said the king of Southern Yu. The banyan tree king had always maintained a neutral stance. He would never give advice or suggestions. He would only analyze the situation and let you make your own decision. It was truly rare for him to directly express his preference like this. It's just sowing good karma. It's nowhere near protection. If you've thought it through, make your move. The banyan tree king obviously would not reveal Li Qingshan's secret to the king of Southern Yu, nor would he tell Li Qingshan about what happened here. This was his principle, so he could not analyze certain situations. However, what he was implying was very clear. It was not because he wanted to protect him, but because he felt that Li Qingshan had taken action against him. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages. As for how to make this move, the king of Southern Yu pondered for a while before suddenly slapping open the seal and drinking all the alcohol in the jar. Clang! The white piece landed on the chessboard. He had given up on the opportunity to kill his piece, instead reopening the situation and building up his momentum. In that moment, Qian Liangmu suddenly understood the jar of alcohol's intentions. He was filled with disbelief. The jar of alcohol was not a gift to curry favor with the king of Southern Yu. He didn't have any intention of taking the initiative to ask for peace either. There were only 8 words in his words: treat him with courtesy and treat him as an equal. It wasn't that Qian Liangmu wasn't smart enough. It was just that this matter was too unbelievable. Although he thought highly of Li Qingshan, it wasn't to this extent. The most unbelievable part was the king of Southern Yu actually accepted the jar of alcohol. No wonder master is angry. This Li Qingshan only gave him 1 jug of wine. It was clear that he didn't put him in his eyes at all. He didn't even want to talk about friendship, let alone being his protector. Qian Liangmu took his leave. He thought about how he was going to tell the myriad poison ancestor about what had happened here when he returned. Though, with how the banyan tree king referred to him as a fellow, it's not a big deal. Perhaps even his master would have to think twice about this. What was the background of this Li Qingshan? Wasn't he from Qingzhou? How could he be friends with the banyan tree king? I really don't understand. The king of Southern Yu's decision was not just because of what the banyan tree king had said. The banyan tree king possessed a great status, but it was not enough to sway his decision. However, this was not enough to influence his decision. Moreover, after considering various factors, the current situation was not suitable to start a war with the Azure province. Li Qingshan had stated his stance too. He would not become embroiled in the conflict between the 2 provinces for the sake of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Of course, this guarantee was utterly unconvincing to the king of Southern Yu. If the 2 provinces actually went to war, he refused to believe that Li Qingshan could remain uninvolved. As a 3rd heavenly tribulation cultivator, why would he be willing to become embroiled in conflict? Could the hatred passed down from his ancestors really make him empathize with them, even to the point of losing his rationality? Compared to that, he would much rather remain in his courtyard, playing chess and admiring the flowers, focusing on cultivation. However, how could people truly be alone in the world? They would definitely be tied down by various connections, such as friends, lovers, children, and even enemies. It would lead to endless conflict. As for people who only wanted to avoid conflict and not prepare for battle, they would definitely lose all peace. His actions will be quite troublesome. There aren't a lot of banyan trees in the south, and the myriad poison ancestor isn't a magnanimous person. I'd like to see what he does next. The king of southern Yu thought and took a few more steps. However, the banyan tree king's skill at chess had always been superior, so he was still distracted. The situation for the white pieces took a sudden turn for the worse. The black pieces were about to kill the dragon. The woman clapped her hands and smiled. Grandpa Banyan Tree is about to win. This game doesn't count. I was distracted. The king of southern Yu waved his hand and messed up the chessboard. Lingji, you're being shameless again. How shameless, the woman said. Even a small area needs to be fought over when it comes to games, let alone a region that spans thousands of kilometers. It's a matter of life and death. The king of southern Yu tapped the chessboard, producing a clear thumping sound. Stop quibbling. You've never been obedient since you were young, and your skills at chess are terrible. Grandpa Banyan Tree was far more distracted than you. The woman did not buy it, revealing the king of southern Yu's past without holding back. Who told me to be called Lingji? It's obviously because I'm unwilling to lose out. The king of southern Yu smiled. The Banyan Tree king smiled silently. Just like the woman had said, his mind was divided into countless parts, listening to countless words and watching countless flourish and decline, birth, age, sickness, and death. It was always the joys and sorrows of separation and reunion, love and hatred, repeated over and over again, but when he thought about it carefully, it was all different. It was like thousands of stars gathered in his heart, turning into a sea of stars. He had never grown weary because of his long lifespan. There were many things he needed to think about and questions he could not answer. As he played chess with the king of southern Yu, he also conversed with Li Qingshan. Of course, he scrupulously abided by the rules of being a tree and did not reveal anything. Li Qingshan had to discover everything himself. Are you ready, sir? In the Azura field, Li Qingshan stood on the branch of the tree and asked. He had already decided to move the Banyan Tree King to Savage Mountain. He had moved all of the night roamers outside the Azura field. I'm ready. Then I'll have to trouble you to come out yourself. I really can't move you. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and a blood-red swirl appeared above the Banyan Tree King, expanding to several hundred times its original size in the blink of an eye. The ground shook, and the Banyan Tree King rose up slowly, flying towards the blood-red swirl with thousands of tons of soil and rock, vanishing into the swirl bit by bit. A similar swirl appeared in Savage Valley. The Banyan Tree King's colossal figure slowly appeared. The verdant crown was like a green cloud, blotting out the sky. All of the night roamers gazed at the sight with emotions from the bottom of their hearts. As for Yu Wufeng, the gentleman of heavenly blubber, and the other cave masters, they struggled to hide their shock, as the Banyan Tree King resided in the center of the Mist Province. He rarely had any branches in the south. They had only heard of his name, but they had never seen him in person. They could not help but sigh in amazement inside, so this is the Banyan Tree King. Ghost Shadow was basically the one who understood the Banyan Tree King the most out of everyone here, so the shock he felt became even more intense. He stared at Li Qingshan on the branch. When Yi Liubo told him that Li Qingshan and the Banyan Tree King referred to each other as fellow cultivators, he was filled with doubt. Only when he personally witnessed Li Qingshan and the Banyan Tree King chatting one day did he become convinced of this reality. As a result, he lost all thoughts of resistance. Just like Yu Wufeng, he just cultivated obediently and waited for the day when Li Qingshan would show mercy. A little more to the east. Yup, a little closer to the main peak. Be steady. Don't fall. All right. Luo Luo. Li Qingshan directed, and the Banyan Tree King adjusted its direction. With a great rumble, the Banyan Tree King landed slowly, right in the center of the valley, in the city of the past. Afterwards, it dug its roots deep into the ground. If everyone was surprised by how the Banyan Tree King referred to Li Qingshan as fellow cultivator, then probably even the King of Southern you would struggle to believe him if he told them his true opinion of Li Qingshan. Although Li Qingshan purposefully avoided talking about many things, the Banyan Tree King still noticed quite a few signs through their conversations. Afterwards, through his intelligence, he gathered and analyzed them and obtained an answer that left him surprised for a very long time. In the distant 9 heavens, who is waiting for him? Are you satisfied with this place? Li Qingshan said to the Banyan Tree King. I still have to thank you for allowing me to return to the Mist Province and for having such a great place to cultivate. The Banyan Tree King thanked Li Qingshan. Although it was only one of the countless branches, being able to take root in a blessed land like this was beneficial to his cultivation. You're welcome. However, I do have a small request. In the future, I'll have to ask you to preside over the formations of Savage Mountain. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. He wanted to establish Savage Mountain as a base of operations so that it would be convenient for him to carry out his activities in the south. However, although he had cast down a few formations of extraordinary power, formations at this level could not be used on a whim. If he wanted to unleash its full power, he needed to possess a relatively deep understanding of formations, but that would take a tremendous amount of time. Even with Little Anne's intelligence, it was impossible for him to accomplish it in a single stroke. Moreover, it was impossible for him and Little Anne to remain on Savage Mountain forever. If there was no one to preside over it, the formation's power would decrease by another 30%. Right now, all of his potential opponents were Third Heavenly Tribulation Great Cultivators, so it would be very difficult for the formations to stop them for too long. I'm just a tree. It's my duty to provide shade, but as for presiding over the formations, the Banyan Tree King was rather troubled. He had always maintained a neutral stance, so he would never directly interfere with these matters. You said you want me to follow you to the Mist Province, so I fell out with the old dragon in the Green Province. I'll be a demon commander under your command in the future, so why don't you take care of me? If someone barges in, my identity will be exposed immediately, and once it makes it out, that old dragon will even kill his way over. Do you think you'll care or not? Li Qingshan teased. You brat. Fine then. The Banyan Tree King smiled bitterly. Under his control, the formations paused slightly, and the inscriptions flickered and vanished in the air before operating again. They merged with one another and radiated with an endless aura. From the outside, the mist that enveloped Savage Mountain grew thicker, but it was possible to see the sky outside from the mountain. If you have any orders for me in the future, Great King, I'll go cut down any insect that offends you. Li Qingshan smiled. He had made up his mind. With that, he had nothing to worry about. Even if the King of Southern you attacked, he wouldn't be able to get through the formations so easily. I'm not worthy of being referred to as Great King by you. I'm afraid my lifespan will be shortened. The Banyan Tree King said in exasperation. Your lifespan is very long anyway. Even if you shorten it by a few years, it won't be a problem. Yu Wufeng and the others who watched on from the side had already become completely speechless. Chapter 797. Li Qingshan sat on a branch, chatting with the Banyan Tree King at ease. That's more than just fellow. The gentleman of heavenly blubber murmured. He's basically like his own son. The Banyan Tree King was most renowned for his peaceful, neutral attitude. He was so extreme that he refused to do anything himself even when a worm had grown up in his tree. Now, he had actually agreed to help Li Qingshan maintain the formations. He seemed very helpless, but it had undoubtedly deviated from his principles that he had always done. It's no wonder he's not afraid of the King of Southern Yu. With the Banyan Tree King's protection, he can move about freely in the Mist Province like it's flat ground. Yu Wufeng sighed inside. In the Mist Province, 2 great organizations each occupied half of it. One was the human cultivation community with the King of Southern Yu as their leader. The other was obviously the demons, but it was not just demons. There were many other folk too, all led by the Banyan Tree King. In reality, the latter's organization was even greater. Although he had never directly used this organization to fight for any authority, just like how peaches and plums did not need to be spoken, things were naturally different. He was different from the other 10 demon kings. He practiced the way of nature, benefiting countless lives. He established a system of order in the Mist Province without using force. However, little did he know that the reason why the Banyan Tree King had agreed to this excessive request was not because he admired Li Qingshan as a person, but also because Li Qingshan knew when to advance and when to retreat. He knew when to stop and when to stop. Even when he was hunted down by the Dragon King of the Sea and was on the brink of death, Li Qingshan did not ask for help from the Banyan Tree King, nor did he flee to his territory. If he was afraid the Dragon King would catch up to him if he was too far away, then the Golden Cicada Spirit King was right beneath the Clear River Prefecture in the magma. He was clearly an arm's length away, but he did not even think about asking for a favor. He asked for protection. It was exactly this character of taking responsibility for his actions that made the Banyan Tree King willing to break his principles for him. This kind of respect could be said to have been earned by Li Qingshan's life. If the King of Southern Yu truly launched a large-scale attack and reached a point where he could no longer turn back, Li Qingshan definitely would not rely on the Banyan Tree King's protection. Under Yiliosu's command, the night roamers all took up residence. After settling down, the men and women, old and young, were all overjoyed by this new environment. In the future, I will definitely go to your towering sky city to take a look, Li Qingshan said to the Banyan Tree King. Towering City was located in the Solitary Tree Commandery. It was the largest city in the Mist Province, as well as where the Banyan Tree King's main body resided. Sure, you're welcome anytime. At that time, I'll introduce a few young friends to you. Actually, it's more suitable to be a monster, said the Banyan Tree King. I'll have to go through 3 heavenly tribulations. After settling things with the Dragon King of the Sea. That way, it'll be easier for me to meet them, just in case your young friends look down on me and think I've come to make trouble for you, Li Qingshan said. The Banyan Tree King's young friends were all demon kings that had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations. They were the core force of the Mist Province's demons. With the passing of the era of the 72 demon kings, many more demons had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations in the past few millennia, becoming demon kings and maintaining the balance with the humans. However, probably only the Banyan Tree King possessed such cohesiveness among the 10 demon kings' royal court. Li Qingshan had only learnt from a conversation with the Banyan Tree King that there was also a group of demon kings in the Dragon King of the Sea's royal court, but they only obeyed orders. They obeyed the Dragon King's commander in name and cultivated in seclusion. Unless war between the humans and demons reignited, they basically would not emerge. Compared to humans, demons had always been reclusive. They would not found their own sects or establish clans. And, in this age where humanity flourished, the Treaty of Kings was still in effect, so there was even less reason for demon kings to wander about. That was because demons had long lifespans, and their concept of time was different from humans too. After reaching this realm of cultivation, entering secluded cultivation for a century at a time was common. It had only been 2 decades since Li Qingshan left the Crouching Ox village. Most of the time, he was active in the human world. Meeting a demon king was much more difficult than meeting a human great cultivator. Li Qingshan also felt fortunate. Fortunately, the Dragon King was reclusive, or revenge would have been 10 times more difficult. At this moment, the Azura field flashed with blood-red light and began to operate automatically. Li Qingshan sent his soul sense in a hurry and discovered that after the Banyan Tree King had left, the empty space left behind in the Azura field had already been enveloped by a faint, blood-red mist. The blood-red swirl in the air suddenly began to revolve. There seemed to be a huge funnel in the depths of the swirl, and the aura that belonged to the Azura realm surged in. Li Qingshan handed the Azura field to Little, and for safekeeping before leaping into the Azura field. Fierce winds blew, and killing intent surged. Li Qingshan stood right below the center of the swirl. A deafening roar rang out by his ears, and he discovered that it was his own voice. The tiger demon that had remained silent for a very long time roared at the sky. Ever since his battle against Mou, he had encountered many opponents and killed many after the Phoenix's Nerva. However, not a single one of them could rouse the tiger demon. Li Qingshan had always been focused on the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Although he wanted the tiger demon to break through to the fifth layer, there had never been any progress. Only at this moment did the vicious tiger in his heart awaken from its slumber, sensing the summoning from another world. That was a land of endless slaughter. Battle was its only theme. Li Qingshan's mind roused. He was like a sleepy person breathing in the cold air of winter. He thought, sure enough, the Azura field is of great assistance to the tiger demon's transformation. At this moment, something seemed to flash past the depths of the whirlpool, like a flash of light. When Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes and looked over, he saw nothing at all. He suddenly felt a sense of danger, and he turned around abruptly. It was more like the tiger demon's battle instincts than the spirit turtle's premonition. Its pitch-black eyes shone brightly, and a circular blade flew out from the space before him. It spun rapidly, but also silently, cutting towards his neck. The angle it chose was so ingenious and vicious that even Ghost Shadow could not match it. It also contained countless variations. It actually made Li Qingshan feel like he could not dodge it even though he had been through countless battles. The strike had already pushed the art of assassination to a breathtaking level. Nice, Li Qingshan praised. He exhaled and blew the circular blade away with a whistle. He threw a punch towards the back of the blade. Tremble. His strength had completely recovered now, and after the Phoenix's Nerva, he was even stronger than before. He completely unleashed the power of the tremors of the Ox Demon. No matter how fast his opponent was, they would be caught up in it and forced to reveal themselves. With a great rumble, the ground within a radius of 5 kilometers cracked and the air shattered. However, to Li Qingshan's surprise, the punch still missed. It did not hit the invisible assassin. Instead, the circular blade flew back. Chapter 798. The circular blade spun towards Li Qingshan. Suddenly, it shone with blood-red light, and a ripple-like blade of blood condensed on the edge of the circular blade. It grew to the size of a round table and whistled shrilly as it spun rapidly, as if it wanted to cut through everything. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed and his eyes narrowed. Spirit Turtle's profound shell. A thin, faint, blue barrier of light formed from countless hexagons blocked the circular blade's path. However, the collision he imagined did not happen. With a flash, the circular blade passed through the Spirit Turtle's profound shell and slashed towards his face. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. The Spirit Turtle's profound shell was unscathed, but the circular blade had actually directly pierced through space. Not only did it render his strongest defense useless, but it had also happened extremely suddenly, catching him off guard. This head-on attack was even more vicious than the silent sneak attack just now. Just when he was about to gain the upper hand, the circular blade suddenly descended and slowed down. Gravity of the Earth. In a battle between experts, there was only a single line. Whether it was fast or slow, it was a line. It was a matter of life and death. Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed. Wherever the black shockwave passed by, the blood-red light shattered. He directly grabbed the rapidly spinning circular blade and stopped it immediately. A deep, bloody gash appeared on Li Qingshan's palm, but it recovered in the blink of an eye. Esteemed guest, why don't you come out and greet the master? You're the master of this Azura field? A figure suddenly appeared 10 steps away. Before this, even Li Qingshan had failed to sense any aura. She wore a vicious mask as she stared deeply at Li Qingshan with her blood-red eyes. A female Azura. Li Qingshan immediately became interested, but it was not because he was excited to see a woman. Instead, all the Azura that came to the Azura field from the Azura realm were male. This seemed to be due to the imbalance in the ratio of males and females in the Azura realm. It made sense when he thought about it. Bloodthirst and warlike was more of a male instinct. It was said that the males of Azura were extremely ugly, while the females were extremely beautiful. He had no idea what they looked like behind the mask. So he smiled and said, "Not bad, you seem to have some strength. Why don't we make a deal and submit to me? Why don't we make a deal? Hand over this Azura field to me, and I'll spare your life." The female Azura sneered. "Huh, spare my life. You've even lost your weapon. What else can you do?" Li Qingshan waved the ring blade in his hand. It was unknown what material this circular blade was made of. He squeezed her hand. It didn't change shape. What can you do to me? The female Shura waved her hand, and the circular blade returned to her hand. Then, it disappeared into the void along with her. Her figure flickered from time to time, searching for an opportunity. Just now, they had exchanged blows twice. Her opponent's strength was beyond her expectations, but she wasn't afraid. She was proficient in the art of hiding in the void and could hide and travel through the void. This technique completely surpassed the night roamer's night roaming techniques. If space was compared to a piece of paper, then everything in the world was a painting on the paper. She could dive deeper into the paper. No matter how sharp her opponent's senses were, they would struggle to discover her. Even if she could not win, she would be undefeatable. This technique required the most exquisite control over the laws of space. According to her judgment, although this world wasn't a small world, it couldn't be considered a great world either. Instead, it was a medium world. The third or fourth heavenly tribulation was the limit. Any higher and they would have to ascend. Across the entire world, there were probably not a lot of people who could restrain her art of hiding in the void. The man before her was only at the second heavenly tribulation, so it was even more impossible for him to do that. However, she felt slightly uneasy inside. His first punch just now seemed to shake up the void, but she believed it was just her imagination. Sure enough, women like men who are a little more forceful. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and sniggered. Demon chi surged from his body, and it suddenly expanded. 3 meters, 15 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters, 100 meters. He had ox horns and ox hooves, tiger claws and a tiger tail, and his back was as broad as a spirit turtle's, while his wings were unfurled like a phoenix's. Demon. The female Azura shivered inside. She had never expected him to actually be a demon despite seeming like a human. However, he also gave off a rather unusual feeling, which made her think of those people of the heavenly ways for some reason. This was the first time Li Qingshan had transformed into a demon after undergoing the Phoenix's Nerva. He was in no hurry to deal with the female night roamer. Instead, he summoned the spirit turtle's profound shell and formed a huge mirror, inspecting himself. He also sensed the changes in his body. In the past, when he practiced the ox demon transformation and the tiger demon transformation, he was a demon through and through. His entire body radiated with ruthlessness. At this moment, his tranquil eyes and broad back exuded a steady aura. A pair of huge phoenix wings hung down from his back like clouds in the sky. Every single feather seemed to be formed from condensed flames. Logically speaking, it would be very incongruous for such magnificent wings to appear on his dark, vicious demon body, but it was the exact opposite. Not only did it not feel incongruous at all, but it was instead like he was born like this, like he was supposed to look like this. Although his appearance greatly differed from humans, there was a wondrous smear of divinity within his demonic nature. Even if a mortal were present, they might still feel fear, but they would struggle to associate him with the word monster. That was a body of the demonic and divine that had transcended the aesthetic standards of humans. If you still don't surrender, I'm going to take action. I'm just afraid I'll accidentally kill you. Li Qingshan's metallic voice rumbled through the clouds like thunder, echoing through the entire Azura field. The female Azura hid in space. This was a world of absolute silence. Whiteness stretched out endlessly, giving off a feeling of boundless emptiness. The slightest carelessness would make them lose themselves in there forever. Although this world seemed empty, every step forward required a great deal of effort. She cast her spiritual sense into the Azura field, not only to find an opportunity to fight, but also because she was afraid of losing her sense of direction. The scene was different from what she saw in the real world. Indescribable colors surged before her eyes, close yet far away. It was as if paint had seeped into the paper. From the outside, it looked like a normal picture, but from the inside, it was a blurry block of colors that blended together. What was needed was not rational discrimination, but keen intuition to immediately make a judgment. But even so, she could still feel an indescribably enormous pressure. The colors that belonged to him were so bright that she could not ignore them. However, she still treated his threat with contempt. "I'll just hide here and not come out. Let's see what you can do to me." As if responding to her thoughts, Li Qingshan smiled faintly and punched out in the direction of the space she was in. Boom! An explosion suddenly broke the silence of the space. This white world was shaking. Before she could recover, she had already been swallowed by the power of the tremors. Chapter 799. How does he know I'm in this region of space? How can he attack me? The female Azura was shocked. She felt every single bone in her body tremble before shattering. Her flesh went without saying. She was like a rag that had been ravaged viciously. With a thump, she fell out of space. She was already a bloody mess. She no longer resembled a human. Li Qing'an bent down and picked her up like he was pinching a bug. He placed her in his palm and touched her with his fingertips. Don't play dead. In terms of battle prowess, the female Azura was no weaker than Li Qingshan. Across the 9 provinces, she could be regarded as one of the best among the second heavenly tribulation. However, Li Qingshan's strength had surpassed the second heavenly tribulation a long time ago. He had no shortcomings in any aspect. All he needed to do was lock onto the female Azura's position through the spirit turtle senses. Then, all he had to do was throw a punch at her. It sounded simple, but even third heavenly tribulation demon kings and cultivators might not possess both the ability to predict and the power to shake space. As a result, he only needed 3 moves. The first move was to learn of the enemy's existence, the second move was to understand the enemy's methods, and the third move was to defeat her. Fortunately, Azura's life force truly was extraordinary. The bloody mess wriggled. Before it could recover completely, it suddenly flashed and used the technique of hiding in space again. Li Qingshan snickered. He released a chaotic shockwave from his palm. She spat out a mouthful of blood and laid on his palm. He did not understand the laws of space, but he had already sensed her when she recalled the circular blade just now. How could he let her escape again? He couldn't hide in the void. However, it was very simple to prevent her from doing so. The female Azura was unwilling to give up. She tried 2 more times, but it only worsened her injuries. In the end, she gave up. The legends really are true. The women of Azura are all beauties, Li Qingshan said. The shockwave attacked indiscriminately. Not only was the female Azura's visor gone, but her beautiful face was also revealed. A beautiful face was revealed, and even the clothes on her body were torn to shreds. Her body was exquisite and could be said to be a stunning beauty. However, even Li Qingshan was surprised. He didn't have many lustful thoughts, not only because of the huge difference in their stature, but also because he felt that his mind had become broader after transforming into a demon. Mere lust was not enough to linger around him. The ambition to dominate the world. Instead, it was burning fiercely. His only wish was to pluck the stars and the moon, moving mountains and filling seas. The ambition of a real man. Not only was it between the mattresses, even this Azura field that was hundreds of miles around felt small and restricted. They could not be allowed to roam freely. The cultivation method was called the 9 transformations of the demons and gods, and as his cultivation increased, due to the difference in his realm, his way of thinking and vision had also unknowingly changed. Li Qingshan rummaged through his Sumera ring and took out a dress, tossing it to the female Azura. She sure was straightforward, accepting the dress without any hesitation. She stroked it and admired it carefully before putting it on without much fuss. This was a set of spoils of war from the Silkworm Lady's 100 treasures pouch. She wore it and looked even more charming. However, that cold and bloody aura would not change. With a boom, Li Qingshan sat down and looked at the female Azura in his hand. "What is your name?" "Yin Qing." "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Li Qingshan saw that she was still fearless despite being in the enemy's hands. He couldn't help but feel that it was strange. "Anyway, this is not the first time I have been killed. I will naturally revive in the Azura realm," Yin Qing said indifferently. In reality, she had already died over a dozen times. As long as one was accepted into the Azura realm and became an Azura, death was normal. And as long as the will to fight did not disappear, even if they were killed, they would revive. This was called the undying Azura body. If you die in my hands, you may not be able to revive. Li Qingshan grinned, his sharp teeth like giant stalactites. Then we can just end it, Yin Qing said. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He studied her face. This definitely was not an act of facing death calmly. Instead, it was an almost numb indifference. Forcing her to submit to him would probably be rather difficult. He probed, "Be my subordinate." "Okay," Yin Qing said. Li Qingshan was stunned. "You agreed just like that? What else do you want? Your fellow clansmen should at least let me release my domineering aura before they bow." "Then release it," Yin Qing said unconcernedly. However, she had a strange feeling. This was indeed not the Azura realm. "Okay." Li Qingshan's expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened and his nose wrinkled. He was like an enraged tiger, extremely ferocious. His aura surged, and his scarlet hair flew like fire. Yin Qing was dumbfounded. She looked up at him. Azura King? She was not surprised to encounter experts from other worlds, but this kind of aura made her feel as if she had returned to the battlefield of the Azura realm. After Yin Qing entered the Azura field, the blood-colored vortex had already slowly stopped spinning. However, stimulated by Li Qingshan's aura, it started spinning again. Li Qingshan withdrew his aura and said with a smile, "How about it? Unfortunately, you're too weak and can't stimulate my fighting spirit. Otherwise, I could be even more impressive." "This isn't a place you should stay," Yin Qing said. "Oh! Then where should I stay?" "There." Yin Qing pointed upward, at the depths of the blood-colored vortex. "One day I will go." Li Qingshan glanced over, and then he lowered his head and said, "But before that, I have to understand what sort of place it is." "Do you know?" He'd always been trying to understand the appearance of other worlds. Even if he was unable to clearly see above the 9 heavens, he could at least get slightly closer. The guests from the Azura realm were naturally a good choice. However, it was slightly regretful that those ordinary Azuras and Azura generals were utterly unable to give Li Qingshan a satisfactory answer because their strengths were too low and they were immersed in the endless battles. "I know a little. But before that, I have a request." Yin Qing's attitude softened slightly because Li Qingshan revealed the aura of an Azura king. To a certain extent, this was almost instinctive. She'd followed many Azura kings to battle all over the world, and when she was drawn into the Azura field, a battle had just ended. She'd relied on her ability to hide in space to survive until the end. On the battlefield that was illuminated by the blood-red moon and covered in corpses, a blood-colored vortex had suddenly appeared. She could have escaped, but she hesitated for a moment and allowed the vortex to suck her into it in the end. "Speak," said Li Qingshan. "I want to take a look at the outside world." It was an unexpectedly simple request. Li Qingshan said, "You wouldn't be thinking of escaping, right? Don't you know? Once an Azura, forever an Azura. Unless you're able to leap out of the 6 paths of reincarnation, otherwise you'll forever be unable to escape. You can only leave temporarily," said Yin Qing. In other words, she had to rely on the Azura field to maintain her existence in this world. Of course, it wasn't that she didn't have any other way, and that was to ceaselessly slaughter. However, she couldn't torture and kill those who were weaker than her by too much. Squatting at the edge of an ant's nest and crushing ants wasn't called slaughter, and to her, mortals were no different than ants. However, if she targeted cultivators, then it would undoubtedly be challenging the order of the cultivation world, and in the end, she would be unable to escape the fate of being slaughtered by the experts of this world. As a result, there had been many instances of Azura invading the 9 provinces and committing massacres, but none of them were as terrifying as the invasion of the Hungry Ghost Realm. Li Qingshan saw that she seemed to have thought of something, and a shadow appeared on her face as she pondered. Endless battles probably can't be considered a happy life, especially for a woman. "All right, then come out and take a look with me." The moment Yin Qing walked out of the Azura field, her heart almost stopped beating. Misty rain drifted through the valley, and a few birds chased each other as they flew into the hazy sky. Everything seemed so peaceful. She took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on her face. Then, she saw Little and at the side, and praised inwardly, "What a beautiful person." Although Azura women were known for their beauty, and she was one of the best among them, in the Azura realm, the only beauty was the beauty of slaughter. The desire to battle and slaughter suppressed everything else. When a male Azura saw her, their first thought would definitely be to kill her. Moreover, because every female Azura was very beautiful, the concept of beauty became even more blurry. However, when she saw Little and this concept suddenly became clear, and she instinctively made a comparison. She felt that although she was slightly inferior, she was not bad either. Only then did she calm down. This long-lost thought caused her emotions to surge. Li Qingshan only understood after a very long time why male Azuras were ugly, while female Azuras were all beautiful. In each rebirth, the old body would return to the Azura realm, and the new body would walk out from the sea of blood. The changes in their bodies were largely due to their thoughts. Men wanted to become more vicious to intimidate their opponents. As for women, no matter how many times they had been reborn, they were unable to abandon their love for beauty. Li Qingshan introduced, "This is Qing, who has just come from the Azura realm. She can hide in the void, and her strength is very good. She's a powerful assassin, and I plan to learn about the Azura realm from her. This is Little, and in the future, apart from me, you only need to listen to her orders. Don't worry, her strength is definitely above yours. If there's a chance, we'll have to compete to know." How could she still be in the mood to listen to Li Qingshan's long-winded words? She wandered through the wilderness to her heart's content, breathing in the moist air that did not smell of blood. Her face was brimming with a moving smile. Every leaf and every insect was so novel and so familiar, reminding her of those blurry memories from a long, long time ago. Li Qingshan and Little and looked at each other and shrugged. "Country bumpkin, you've never seen the world." Little and stared at Li Qingshan. "So many women, so many. You can't blame me." She ran over from the Azura realm herself. "And I have no interest in this kind of woman who reeks of blood and doesn't even know how to be shy." Chapter 800. Li Qingshan smiled helplessly and hugged her affectionately. Then, he flew to the peak of the mountain beside Qing and saw that she was staring at the sky in a daze. The leaden clouds pressed down heavily, sprinkling down waves of rain and mist. She opened her arms and let the rain fall on her face, as happy as a child. "It's a pity that it's a cloudy day and we can't see the sun. If it were a sunny day, the scenery would be better." "The sun?" Qing's eyes lit up as if she'd received a hint. She leaped up into the air and charged through the clouds. The dazzling sunlight illuminated everything, and the sea of clouds surged for thousands of li. Her temperament suddenly became bright and beautiful, and the gloom of the past 100 years was completely swept away. After roaming around to his heart's content, he returned to Li Qingshan's side and said, "From now on, I will serve you." "I still don't know your name." "Li Qingshan." "Because the mountain below is called Savage Mountain, people call him Savage King." "All right, then Lord King of Savages, what do you want me to do for you?" Qing cupped her hands and bowed. She naturally carried the bearing of a soldier, appearing valiant and formidable. "I want you to cook for me." Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. "Ah?" Qing was surprised. Let alone the years she had spent in the Azura realm, she had never done this even before she had become an Azura. The food of the Azura realm was famous for being disgusting. There were even rumors that the Azura realm had conquered the Heavenly Way because it was jealous that the Heavenly Way had delicious food to eat. She said awkwardly this. "I can give it a try. Other than assassination, what else can you do?" Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly. She really had no sense of humor at all, but he was very satisfied with her respectful attitude. "Heh, you're right." Only then did Qing realize that he was joking. "After a while, there will probably be a mission for you." However, this isn't the Azura realm, so there aren't as many battles here. I'll take care of most of the battles myself. You can treat this as a vacation and rest in a different environment," Li Qingshan said gently. Among his many subordinates, Yin Qing's strength could be said to be the strongest. Her void movement technique made it almost impossible for her to find an opponent. Even Yu Wufeng, who was close to the third heavenly tribulation, would be assassinated by her if he was not careful. Moreover, she was a warrior who did not fear death. Although she lost to him, she did not submit to him because she was threatened with death. To Li Qingshan, it was better than the 10 fellows on the Blood Oath scroll. That was more worthy of respect. Now that I've heard what you said, my lord, it seems like losing to you is a good thing. Yin Qing smiled. Good or bad? You can slowly experience it yourself. In short, tell me about the Azura realm first. The two of them sat on the sea of clouds and started talking. The sun slowly moved, until the stars filled the sky and the moon rose high in the sky. That's about all I know. After all, my cultivation is limited, and I have heard many things from others. As for whether it's like that or not, I can't guarantee it. Yin Qing glanced at the moon in the sky reluctantly. I have to return to the Azura field. Li Qingshan nodded slightly and opened the Azura field, letting Yin Qing enter. He continued to sit alone on the sea of clouds, frowning in thought as he muttered to himself, 3,000 worlds, 6 paths of reincarnation, 4 dhyanas, 9 heavens, stones from other mountains could be used to attack Jade. This was indeed true. Yin Qing's words that even she could not verify greatly affected Li Qingshan. Some of his questions had been answered, but there were 10 times more questions. This was the appearance of the world that she had seen and heard from the Azura realm. That feeling was like humans discovering that they were drifting in the boundless universe for the first time. They could not help but sigh at their insignificance. An overly narrow space would make people feel restricted, but an incomparably vast space would also disturb people's minds. So that's how it is, Li Qingshan sighed, and the corner of his lips gradually curled into a smile. He just spread his limbs and lay on the sea of clouds, laughing aloud. Little and the world is so big. The 9 heavens are so far away. No, it's not that far, right? Before he knew it, Little and had already crouched beside him, cradling his face as he gazed at him and nodded with a smile. Li Qingshan stared at the silver plate-like moon. Now that the foundation was set and the King of Southern Yu had made his preparations, it was about time for him to carry out the next step. But before that, he should go to the Great Cloud Dream Marsh and see how Ru Exine was doing. The vast Great Cloud Dream Marsh was perpetually shrouded in mist. White water birds danced about in flocks, flying from one small, verdant island to another verdant island. In the depths of the marsh, the jade melting cauldron was covered in mud. It trembled from time to time, flashing with red and blue light. Ru Exine sat inside quietly with her beautiful, blue fishtail curled up. She practiced the heavenly tome of Cloud Furnace and spent the most peaceful 3 years of her life. In order to refine the Great Cloud Dream Marsh, Li Qingshan killed a demon commander there, which had actually raised some attention a long time ago. However, it did not become an actual threat in the end, which was obviously all thanks to the Banyan Tree King. Otherwise, if a guy of unknown origins refined such a great marsh, it would undoubtedly destroy the original order of the demons of the Mist Province. And the temptation of a water god seal like that was so great that even demon kings would be interested. Of course, when the Banyan Tree King helped Li Qingshan, he was also protecting the demons of the Mist Province. Otherwise, if they ran into him recklessly, even his little friends might not necessarily be able to deal with them. Even if they gained the upper hand right now and stole the water god seal, who knew how they would die in the future? This bastard Li Qingshan treated the Dragon King of the Sea as his target. He wholeheartedly wanted to go to the Ink Sea to slay dragons. As a result, the two sides were at peace. The King of Southern Yu did not care too much either. Refining water and mountains was very common in the Mist Province. It was not as important as the Green Province. Moreover, this was a region under the rule of demons in the first place. Since the Banyan Tree King had not responded, he only thought it was internal strife among the demons of the Mist Province. Afterwards, a certain powerful demon gathered enough water god seals and built a water dwelling. This was a very common matter. The Mist Province had never been at peace. Even human cultivators constantly fought against one another, let alone demons that were completely different and purely based on strength. They did not have an ironclad rule like the Green Province that forbade demons from killing one another. Sometimes it would even reach the level of the third heavenly tribulation. Many times, the two kings would even be needed to mediate between the two. Within chaos, order naturally exists. This was the deepest understanding that Li Qingshan had after coming to the Mist Province. It seemed like a lawless land of chaos, completely ignoring the laws of Great Xia or the morals of mortals, but there was a set of invisible laws operating here. Thump, thump, thump. Ru Xian suddenly opened her eyes. Someone was knocking the pill cauldron, and a familiar voice rang out by her ear. Chapter 801. Ru Xian smiled. No, little girl, if you don't open the door, I'm going to break in. With a soft sound, a series of white bubbles rose up, and the sludge slid down from the pill furnace. The pill furnace opened, and Ru Xian walked out. Their eyes met, and they both smiled. They hadn't seen each other for nearly 3 years, but in this smile, it was as if they had just parted yesterday. Your cultivation speed is too slow. I gave you the water god seal, but you still haven't undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan sized her up. She had already retracted her fishtail and turned into human form. Her skin was even more lustrous, like the highest quality white jade. Even her lips were like natural red jade, and her flowing eyes were like rare black jade. She was like a jade beauty that had been enlightened by an immortal, coming to life, and had an otherworldly aura. How can it be that easy to undergo the second heavenly tribulation? I can't compare myself to some beasts. Oh, I'm not talking about you. Ru Xian said with a smile. You don't need to emphasize it. I know you're talking about me. It's useless to be envious, jealous, and hateful. This is the difference between a genius and a mortal. Oh, right, don't forget, you're not a human either. Mutant, Ru Xian said, and tossed a jade bottle to Li Qingshan. Drink it, you beast genius. This is? Li Qingshan opened the jade bottle, and a faint red liquid rippled within. Ru Xian had given him a bottle of medicine like this before. It could balance the power of water and fire, and it had a miraculous effect when used when advancing to Demon Commander. And this bottle of medicine seemed to be even purer and richer than the previous one. Stomach ache medicine. My stomach hurts after drinking it. How can there be such a medicine? Just how is this thing refined? Didn't you say you didn't have the flower of water and fire? Li Qingshan asked. To him, this small bottle of medicine was more precious than any miraculous medicine, but the more it was so, the more he wanted to understand its origins. You're a man, no, a beast. Why are you so wishy-washy? If you keep talking nonsense, there won't be any more in the future. How are you doing in Nanjiang? Ru Xian changed the topic. With my methods, I can do whatever I want in a mere southern border. I am now known as the King of Savages. I've established a dwelling in Savage Mountain, and I have countless experts under me. I was just about to invite you over to enjoy yourself. Li Qingshan toyed around with the jade bottle in his hand. King of Savages. Ru Xian was stunned. She clearly knew what kind of place Savage Mountain was. And what did the Savage King mean? However, he smiled and said, "Don't you think this nickname is very stupid? Just by hearing it, I can tell that it sounds like it's just there to make up the numbers, and it doesn't sound good. It doesn't matter what it's called. But before we go to the southern border, you should at least tell me. Why do you want to go to the South Sea?" Although she had deliberately changed the topic, Li Qingshan would not let her go so easily. I'm a mermaid from the South Sea. I've returned because I miss my hometown. Isn't this reason very reasonable? Ru Xian shrugged. You said it's a reason, so you better tell me the truth. Don't force me to torture you. You're not my man. Why do you care so much about me? If you want, I can be too. As expected, you don't want it at all. Ru Exine thought about it seriously. Hey, what is it that you can't say? Tell me. Li Qingshan truly ground his teeth in hatred. He was tempted to knock her mouth open. He pressed down on her shoulders with both hands, about to throw down a few harsh words and force her to speak. However, when he looked into her eyes, the words turned into a long sigh. He let go of her and shook his head with a bitter smile. I give up, my lady. Sigh. Ru Exine agreed with a smile. Let's go. We'll go to Nanjiang. When you have something to say, you can tell me. I have to say, you've reminded me that there are still some things that can't be done forcefully. Li Qingshan had a helpless expression. It's not that I can't. The corner of Ru Exine's lips curled into a smile. It's that I'm unwilling. As long as you understand. Li Qingshan left behind his mirror clone in Great Marsh of Cloud Dream to wield the water god seal before taking off on a cloud, traveling to the south with Ru Exine. Sitting on the cloud, Li Qingshan told Ru Exine about his experiences in the south. Ru Exine could not help but mock him a little, but she was unable to hide her concern. In her eyes, Li Qingshan's current situation was not very optimistic. The King of Southern Yu definitely did not hold any goodwill towards him. Once the Mist Province declared war with the Green Province, he would definitely be the first one to sacrifice him. The King of Southern Yu was weaker than the Dragon King of the Sea, but if Li Qingshan wanted to contend with him, he would have to unleash the power of the North Moon. Once his identity was exposed, the Dragon King of the Sea would immediately kill his way over. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga probably would not be able to tolerate him either, so how was he supposed to run around freely? What, are you worried for me? Li Qingshan saw how she furrowed her brows and could not help but smile. To his surprise, Ru Exine did not respond viciously. Instead, she said seriously, it's best if you don't cause too much trouble. Just cultivate in seclusion on Savage Mountain for a few years and find an opportunity to return to the Green Province. Then what about you? We're cultivators. Shouldn't we each walk our own paths? Ru Exine said. Every single cultivator's paths were different. Perhaps they would overlap from time to time, but they would still walk in different directions at the end of the day. If they got in each other's way because of their feelings, then it would be better for them to forget about each other than helping each other in difficult times. Without you, who's going to refine pills for me? We've known each other for so long, so when have I ever been afraid of trouble? Once we get to the south, come with me to Fire Melt Mountain. That's an old enemy of you merfolk of the South Sea, but I don't think you have any racial sentiments. Li Qingshan said. He was in no hurry to ingest the bottle of medicine that balanced fire and water. He had just undergone a lengthy period of secluded cultivation, so he was in a good mood right now. He would stick to the plan and go to Fire Melt Mountain first to obtain the divine Wudong tree before ingesting it. The effects should be better. Why are you going to Fire Melt Mountain? Ru Exine's expression was rather strange. I'm going to negotiate with the fire-devouring king and see if he can lend me the divine Wudong tree for a few days. The divine Wudong tree. Ru Exine's expression changed slightly. That's the sacred tree of the fire devourers, and it's where the royal court is located. Even the fire devourers can't approach it casually, so why would he lend it to you? You sure know a lot about it. Help me come up with some ideas. How can I make the fire-devouring king change his mind? Li Qingshan said. Fire devourers have violent tempers. They're courageous and belligerent, and they're extremely vengeful. They're definitely not easy to get along with. I'd advise you to give up. I wouldn't be worried if you provoked the myriad poison ancestor. At his age, he'll definitely be weighed down with misgivings no matter what he does. However, the fire-devouring king will really make it impossible for you to establish a foothold in the south. Ru Exine said. Aren't you just trying to goad me into contending with the fire-devouring king? Li Qingshan smiled. Ever since he had spoken to the Golden Cicada Spirit King and the Banyan Tree King, he had become determined to obtain the divine Wudong tree. He wanted to see just how difficult the fire devourers were to deal with. I have absolutely no such intentions. Ru Exine suddenly raised her voice and looked at Li Qingshan, saying sternly. Chapter 802. Ru Exine also realized she had lost her composure. She shook her head gently. Just pretend I didn't say anything. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Her long eyelashes cast a deep shadow, preventing Li Qingshan from seeing her eyes. Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts. As the cloud rapidly traveled south, Ru Xian's words gradually faded away. In the end, she fell completely silent, staring towards the south for a very long time. When the sun set in the west and the stars filled the sky, Li Qingshan said, "We've arrived at Savage Mountain." Ru Xian said inside, "The south, I've returned." Fire Melt Mountain stretched for several hundred kilometers. It was a huge mountain range. The rocks were scarlet red like fire, and there was not a single blade of grass growing on it. There was only a vermilion color. Bam-like plants grew and grew, like clumps of fire. Li Qingshan and Little and gazed down from the cloud. All they saw was that the mountains were like fire. Every single scarlet red peak seemed to be burning, like a sea of fire that spans several hundred kilometers. At the center of the sea of fire was a huge volcano that stood several thousand meters tall. The rocks had already crystallized, and firelight seeped out from the belly of the volcano. At first glance, it seemed like a ball of flowing, scarlet fire. The entire mountain is actually made of fire spiritual stone. If I can cultivate here, my phoenix transformation will definitely advance rapidly. It's no wonder the phoenix used this place as a cultivation dwelling in the past. Li Qingshan had once cultivated in a group of volcanoes to the north of the Mist province. He found it quite nice, but compared to Fire Melt Mountain, it was nothing worth mentioning. Several hundred pillars of black smoke rose into the air. This was the smoke produced by active volcanoes that erupted all year round. The smoke condensed without dispersing, resonating with one another from afar. It seemed to possess some intelligence, entangling with one another in the air like snakes. Great rivers flowed down from the crater of the volcanoes or gushed out from the cracks. They flowed around in channels that were clearly man-made, forming a complicated inscription that gathered power. This is a colossal formation. Little and was afraid Li Qingshan did not understand what he was trying to say, so he added, "Even if the king of Southern Yu wants to launch an attack, he'll have to pay a corresponding price." In other words, even if they went as far as to expose themselves, it was impossible for them to take down Fire Melt Mountain. Despite their strength, it was comparable to 3 heavenly tribulations. However, the purpose of the Fire Melt Mountain formation's existence had always been to fend off opponents at this level. Li Qingshan nodded. Across the entire Mist province, only the Fire Devourers did not fear the king of Southern Yu. He ignored the Banyan Tree King. He must have something to rely on. Fire Devourers were renowned for their violent and warlike nature among other folk. They could be said to be a warlike race, and they had occupied such a treasured land for thousands of years. The strength it contained was truly immeasurable. Apart from the formation and the fire-devouring king, no one was bold enough to say whether Fire Melt Mountain had any other king-level masters. The lifespans of other folk paled in comparison to demons, but they were much longer than humans, and they were born with the spiritual nature of the world. In terms of bloodline, only descendants of clans and certain exotic beasts could rival them. They could be described as possessing the advantages of 2 races at the same time. They could be described as prodigies of heaven. This point was extremely evident with Yi Lisu and her sisters. Among the group of friends Li Qingshan knew in the Clear River Prefecture, basically all of them could be described as geniuses, but they were still stuck at foundation establishment. Not a single one of them had undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Just how many years had it taken for his father-in-law, Han Anjuan, to undergo the second heavenly tribulation? Although the 3 of them had Li Qingshan's assistance and some guidance from the Banyan Tree King, their cultivation speed was still startlingly fast. And, apart from them, there were a few other night roamers who were close to the second heavenly tribulation. They were all matriarchs and princesses of past night roamer clans. The bloodline of regular night roamers was equivalent to descendants of clans. Their talent was great. Even though they were not as great as Chu Tian's 5 elements constitution, Yu Zijian's pure yang constitution was not too far off. And they were the best of the best among the night roamers. However, they had been suppressed by Helicoverpa rosa for many years, unable to unleash their full potential. They had basically built up their strength now. If Li Qingshan was not stingy with origin spirit pills, he would be able to obtain a group of powerful night roamer assassins in just a few years. He also understood why the Great Xia Empire allowed the sale of other folk as slaves and why they did everything they could to suppress them. Legend had it that the 9 provinces had once been ruled by other folk in the ancient times. Other folk were known as Ga folk. They established divine kingdoms and enslaved humans and demons. Afterwards, they only overthrew them by combining the strength of the 2 races while the other folk were in conflict. Looks like the fire devourers really are a tough bone to chew. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Profound light illuminates all. The spirit turtle's profound shell condensed into a sphere in the surroundings before suddenly dispersing. Every single piece illuminated a scene, illuminating fire melt mountain down to the slightest detail. Fire devourers could be seen playing and fighting in the magma and flames, as well as red stone structures in a crude style that sat on the 2 banks of the Fire Seam River. Li Qingshan waved his hand again, and the spirit turtle's profound shell stacked together. He gazed at the huge, red, crystal-like volcano on the main peak like a pair of binoculars. In the crater of the volcano was a majestic city built on the rock face. Long corridors wound around it, leading straight to the very bottom of the volcano. The weakest fire devourers who could reside and move about here had undergone the first heavenly tribulation. There were so many of them that it would make many large sects ashamed. A palace hall that seemed to be carved out of red crystals was located at the bottom. Its foundation was also a thick layer of red crystals that covered the entire crater. Flames were surging under the crystals, as though they were ice formed from fire. That was the purest fire spirit stone of the highest quality. Firelight flowed through every single piece of fire spiritual rock. It was beautiful. That was where the royal court of the fire devourers resided. Found it. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. In the very center of the crater was a huge wudong tree. Its roots were deeply rooted in the fire spiritual rock, extending into the magma. Its pale white trunk and fiery red leaves gave off a holy glow. That was the legendary divine wudong tree, the habitat of the phoenix. Just by glancing at it from afar, Li Qingshan felt a sense of familiarity and closeness, like a wanderer who had left home for many years had returned. The wudong tree seemed to be calling out to him. No, not him, but the phoenix. The phoenix would never return. Who's so bold as to spy on my fire melt mountain? A furious voice exploded in Li Qingshan's ears like a volcano eruption, filled with violent fury. A streak of fire rushed out of the crater like a meteor flying in the opposite direction, flying towards Li Qingshan. The White Hawk Commander, Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed and stated his name. He asked, "Fellow, are you the fire-devouring king, Zhu Yan?" With a boom, the meteor suddenly came to a halt. A bare-chested man in his prime strode out of the flames. His face was handsome and rugged, like he had been carved from red rock. His fiery hair burned fiercely as he held a spear in his hand. His fiery red eyes stared at Li Qingshan, producing 2 sparks. Chapter 803. Li Qingshan said, "That's right." Zhu Yan studied Li Qingshan up and down before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Why are you laughing, fellow?" Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. "I'm laughing at a brat like you. You're bold enough to refer to me as fellow. You really don't know your place. Those ignorant people call you the king of savages, but do you really think you're a king?" Zhu Yan did not hide his contempt towards Li Qingshan at all. The flames on him roared, and waves of heat surged towards Li Qingshan, ruffling Li Qingshan's clothes. The hierarchy of the cultivation world was strict, more distinct than any social class. The vast heavenly Tao was the sole ruler. It used heavenly tribulation after heavenly tribulation to divide all living beings into different ranks. The difference of one heavenly tribulation was like the difference between heaven and earth. The higher one's cultivation, the greater this difference would be. It was impossible for those above to treat those below as equals. Being able to treat each other politely was already a sign of great self-cultivation, and this was the politeness a king would show to his subjects, the politeness a senior would show to a junior. The Banyan Tree King only referred to Li Qingshan as fellow because he felt it was a fortuitous encounter. Coupled with his relatively gentle nature, this matter left the king of Southern Yu very surprised. The fire-devouring king, Zhu Yan, clearly did not possess such self-cultivation, nor did he believe Li Qingshan had the right to stand on equal footing with him. Li Qingshan laughed aloud too. "Kid, what are you laughing about?" Zhu Yan saw how Li Qingshan could still laugh under the pressure of his aura, so he lost some of his contempt. There was a reason why this kid could cause such a great disturbance in the South in such a short amount of time. If you don't like being called fellow, then forget it. It's just polite anyway. Not just anyone has the right to be my friend, Li Qingshan said. You. Zhu Yan became furious. He studied Li Qingshan again and pointed at him with the spear of fire. You sure are bold. Just what are you trying to do by spying on Fire Melt Mountain? If you don't explain yourself, eat my spear. Li Qingshan had basically experienced the temper of fire devourers. Not only were they easily angered, but they were fearless too. His various backgrounds. Even the king of Southern Yu would have to reconsider. The fire-devouring king had threatened to kill him the moment he opened his mouth. Just how arrogant was that? He knew that this time it would be difficult to be kind. Not to mention that he was not willing to bow down. Even if he was willing, it would only make Zhu Yan even more arrogant. He took it as a last resort and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I heard that there is a divine wudong tree in your mountain that is very mystical. I would like to borrow it." Zhu Yan was taken aback. "Is there something wrong with your head?" Li Qingshan said. "Is there something wrong with your ears?" Zhu Yan's eyes widened. He was on the verge of erupting in anger, but he began to laugh again. He rested the spear on his shoulder and actually did not lose his temper. He said in a joking manner, "It's not impossible for you to borrow the divine wudong tree, but there's a condition." Li Qingshan was rather surprised too. He asked, "What condition?" "Go to the South Sea and bring me the head of the Merfolk King, and I'll lend you the divine wudong tree." Zhu Yan smiled. Li Qingshan frowned. This bastard was clearly messing with him. He said sternly, "If I had the strength, I might as well just take your head." Zhu Yan's face sharpened. "Since you don't have the strength, then piss off. I'll spare your life for the sake of you making me laugh. You're not allowed to call yourself the king of savages in the future, or if I find out, I'll burn down your savage mountain." He seemed crude, but he actually still had some misgivings about Li Qingshan's identity. However, his misgivings were not the Chan Monastery of Devanaga or the Unraging Monk, but the Great Xia Empire. In a place as chaotic as the South, basically no one would care about the identity of a White Hawk commander. Even if he died, the Hawk Wolf Guard would not avenge him. However, there was an exception. The Great Xia Empire was extremely wary of other folk, in particular the most belligerent of the 7 other folk, the fire-devouring folk. If a White Hawk commander died on Fire Melt Mountain, perhaps the Divine Hawk might cast its gaze here, leading to unpredictable consequences. Although the Great Xia Empire was beginning to decline, Zhu Yan was unwilling to take this risk just to kill an idiot with a screw loose. Fury ignited in Li Qingshan's chest, turning into raging battle intent. His dark eyes stared straight at Zhu Yan, gradually dyed red by the flames. Zhu Yan let out a gentle sound of surprise and squinted his eyes. He actually felt threatened. "You really overestimate yourself. If you really want to die, I'll give you what you want." Little and tugged at Li Qingshan's sleeve and shook her head gently. Li Qingshan withdrew his aura, and his expression had already calmed down. He clasped his hands. "I've witnessed the might of the fire-devouring kings today, so this trip has been worth it. Since you refused to lend it to me, sir, I'll be taking my leave first." Without caring about how Zhu Yan responded, he left with a flick of his sleeve. In that split second, he had considered various possibilities, such as luring Zhu Yan into the Azura field and killing him with little N. However, while the Azura field had improved, it was basically impossible for it to trap an expert at this level, and it would be very difficult for them to kill him in a single strike. In reality, the chances of being killed at the 3rd heavenly tribulation were extremely slim, unless there was an overwhelming disparity in strength or an extremely powerful spatial confinement. And across the entire 9 provinces, there were very few existences that could form an overwhelming disparity in strength against Zhu Yan, as well as a space that could imprison him. At the very least, Li Qingshan did not possess either right now. Coupled with the fact that Fire Melt Mountain was right below, where other third heavenly tribulation fire devourers might exist, the chances of killing Zhu Yan were basically zero. Li Qingshan and Little and would have to risk exposing their identities and being killed. As a result, Li Qingshan left without any hesitation. The corner of his lips curled into a smile, silently uttering something that many villains would say, "I'll be back, very soon." After glancing at the divine Wudong tree through the profound light illuminates all, he was already determined to obtain it. He had a firm intuition that the ancient tree where the phoenix resided, or even the entire Fire Melt Mountain, would be crucial for him to practice the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Zhu Yan's mockery, threats, and humiliation were instead a good thing. It had completely awakened the tiger demon in his heart, rousing his spirits. If the enemy was not despicable, killing them would not be satisfying. Since the fire devourers are already known for their belligerence, I'll give them a war. Zhu Yan gazed at Li Qingshan's back as he traveled off into the distance. He suddenly felt slightly uneasy. This kid already possessed such a cultivation at such a young age, so he could be regarded as a rare prodigy among humans. If he was given time, he might actually be able to undergo the third heavenly tribulation. And the woman beside him was very extraordinary too. If they really did undergo the tribulation successfully one day, wouldn't that mean, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. After reaching the third heavenly tribulation, even if he did not practice divination, he would still possess a profound sense of fate, which allowed cultivators to make the correct choice. Zhu Yan's eyes erupted with flames, and he suddenly tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. Chapter 804. Hold on. A sense of danger suddenly surged through Li Qingshan's heart. A call rang out from behind him, and there was a flash of fire before him. Zhu Yan blocked his path with his spear. Flames surged around him as his aura surged. "What else do you want, sir?" Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Little and had always been expressionless in front of others, but Li Qingshan could tell that she clearly understood what was going on. He thought, this girl. I've changed my mind. I'm willing to lend the divine Wudong tree to you for cultivation. Zhu Yan pointed his spear at Fire Melt Mountain, basically carving the words ill intentions into his face. Oh! Don't you need me to exchange for it with the head of the Merfolk King? I've already prepared to go to the South Sea. Li Qingshan laid out his hands with a smile. Haha, with just you? I can understand that you can't afford it, so I'll show some mercy and lend it to you. Kid, why don't you hurry up and thank me on your knees? Zhu Yan's eyes were filled with mockery, like a cat toying with a mouse, and a mouse that was extremely arrogant and had no idea what was going on. However, Li Qingshan's calm and fearless attitude made him raise his guard slightly. How can I lend the treasures of the fire devourers to an outsider? I've misspoken. I'll never mention the word borrow again. Li Qingshan glanced back at Fire Melt Mountain. The divine Wudong tree stood in the center of Fire Melt Mountain. Once the formations were activated, even demon kings would struggle to escape death. Even if Zhu Yan had been willing to lend it to him sincerely in the beginning, how could he use it without worry? Not to mention that he was clearly filled with hostility right now. Since he could not borrow it, then he would take it by force. Wondrous treasures of the world belong to the strong. All he could do was fight. What? You said you wanted to lend it to me earlier, but you're not lending it to me now? Are you toying with me? Today, you'll have to lend it to me even if you don't want to. Seeing that Li Qingshan wasn't fooled at all, Zhu Yan's face turned grim. Sparks flew out of his mouth and danced around Li Qingshan. Didn't your mother teach you not to spit when talking to others? Li Qingshan waved his hand impatiently. He laughed and said, besides, if I, your old man, want to leave, I'll leave. How can you stop me? Li Qingshan took out a violet talisman with a flip of his hand. Before he came to Fire Melt Mountain, he originally planned on seeing the divine Wudong tree in person. It would be great if it really was true. Then he would negotiate a deal with the fire-devouring king. He borrowed the right to use the divine Wudong tree, conquering all over the southern border. He had also accumulated a large amount of spoils of war, and this purple talisman was one of his spoils of war in the southern border. He never expected the fire-devouring king to cut him off as soon as he opened his mouth before going all out with his mockery. There was no room for negotiation at all, and now they were prepared to make a move. However, it was not like he was unprepared, or in other words, under little and special reminder. Of course, while violet talismans were powerful and rare, they could not pose any threat to Zhu Yan. However, this violet talisman was not for battle. A great shifting talisman. You want to leave. Zhu Yan recognized the talisman with a single glance. With a snap of his fingers, the specks of spark suddenly erupted, expanding by thousands of times. The power they unleashed was enough to split open mountains and split open the ground. Li Qingshan turned around and pulled Little and into his arms. With a great rumble, the surging flames completely swallowed them. From the ground, they seemed like flowers that had suddenly bloomed in the sky. The spear in Zhu Yan's hand turned into a scarlet streak of light, stabbing towards Li Qingshan with lightning speed. He did not give Li Qingshan the opportunity to activate the violet talisman at all. The lofty demon suppression tower fell down, enveloping Li Qingshan and Little N. The tip of the spear collided with the tower, emitting a sharp clang. Zhu Yan was slightly surprised. Although he had not used his full strength in that attack, he did not expect the demon suppression tower to be so tough. In that instant, thousands of sparks burst forth from the tip of the spear, as if thousands of explosions had occurred. The demon suppression tower only lasted for an instant before shattering. However, by the time the flames dissipated, Li Qingshan and Little N had already disappeared. And here I was thinking that you had something to rely on to speak so arrogantly before me. It's just a great shifting talisman. I'll find you and skin you alive. Zhu Yan snorted coldly and 2 streams of flame spewed out of his nostrils. Then, he looked around and closed his eyes to sense. The great shifting talisman could not be compared to the purple escape talisman, which could allow one to travel 5,000 kilometers. It could only move 500 kilometers at most. Coupled with the fact that he was moving 2 people at the same time, they would not be more than 250 kilometers away. They would not be able to escape his pursuit at this distance. However, after a while, he opened his eyes and frowned. How can they hide their auras so thoroughly? It's as if they don't exist. Without any hesitation, he chose a direction based on his intuition and turned into a meteor as he gave chase. However, he flew back a while later. Clearly, he had not succeeded. Zhu Yan wanted to attack Savage Mountain, but he gave up on the idea after some thought. Humans and demons could do something like that, but there were too many taboos for other folk, so they could not act recklessly. They've taken a blow from me, so they're probably heavily injured as well. Their cultivations are greatly affected. The third heavenly tribulation is like a natural chasm that separates countless geniuses. Even if this kid succeeds one day, it'll be 100 years at the very least. Why would I be afraid of him? On the other hand, the merfolk of the South Sea have been rather restless recently. They're preparing for the next expedition. In the misty forest, Li Qingshan and Shaoan walked side by side next to a small river. They were surrounded by giant trees that looked like skyscrapers. The leaves were like clouds, and the roots were like dragons and snakes. The mist was as thick as milk. As they moved forward, it slowly dissipated, giving off an ethereal aura. However, if a mortal was here, they would be reduced to a pile of bones in an instant. The roars of demons rose and fell, and the shadows lingered in the thick mist. Li Qingshan could hide his aura to the point where not even a drop of water could be seen, like a spirit turtle in the depths of the sea. Little N's path of white bone and great beauty was renowned for the path of life, death, and space. It was just a set of white bones, so how could he sense it? If regular second heavenly tribulation cultivators were to receive the fire-devouring king's spark explosion, they would be heavily injured. However, Li Qingshan practiced the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva, so his tolerance for fire was very great. He was basically unscathed. However, he dared not underestimate the fire-devouring king because of this. The strike was only a probe at most. It was not even a formal attack. If it really were a battle to the death, it would be impossible for the phoenix to ignore the fire-devouring king's flames if it had not reached the fourth layer. Not to mention, the skill in battle and his tough body demonstrated by the spear made him hold a very high opinion of Zhu Yan. No wonder he's so arrogant. If I were to fight him alone, I probably wouldn't be his opponent. Fortunately, you reminded me to prepare a great shifting talisman, or it really would be a little troublesome. I need to find a way to collect a few more in the future. It's a pity that I don't have an innate ability like MOU, or I can go wherever I want in the world. Li Qingshan said to Little and with some pity. He had even tried to learn the hiding through space from the Azura Inqing, but even in the Azura realm, there were not a lot of people who knew this move. Not only did it require talent for controlling space, but it also took up a tremendous amount of time and effort, so he could only give up on it. Not now, but who knows? Maybe in the future. Little and smiled. Her hair that reached the ground was like seaweed floating in the seawater, dragging behind her. Hopefully. The fire devourers really do live up to their reputation for being bad-tempered. I definitely can't just let the matter go with him this time. I wonder if that bastard will go to Savage Mountain. Other folk have always been xenophobic. They hate humans in particular, and you're a White Hawk commander too. The Great Xia Empire has issued orders to hunt down the fire devourers several times in the past, and it was the Hawk Wolf Guard who dug out their hearts for merit. However, I do hope he goes to Savage Mountain, said Little and, oh? Why? As long as we sacrifice 10 cave masters, there should be people who can help us deal with the problems of Fire Melt Mountain, said Little and. A king of other folk had attacked a blessed land and massacred human cultivators, and they were all second heavenly tribulation cultivators too. Was he planning on rebuilding his divine kingdom and washing away his old grievances? How could the Great Xia Empire tolerate him? Li Qingshan was mildly taken aback before smiling. Everything is going according to your plan. He never thought the Blood Oath Scroll would actually have a use like this. Actually, there's no need for 10 people. We only need to send the Marquis of Serene to his death. Fair enough, but he probably won't go. He doesn't take us seriously either. As soon as Little and turned around, Li Qingshan pinched her delicate nose and smiled. You knew the fire-devouring king would be like this a long time ago, didn't you? You even told me to negotiate with him, which made me lose so much fun. I even wasted a talisman. Nothing is absolute. Perhaps he really will offer us something we can accept, and it won't be the Merfolk King's head. Moreover, we have to personally confirm the divine Wooting Tree before we can decide whether it's worth the effort or not. Little and pouted and said with a nasal voice, it's worth it. It's very worth it. We're basically determined to get it. Tell me, what other brilliant plans do you have? Li Qingshan rubbed her head. Haven't you already thought of it? Little and said, that's right. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If we want to take down Fire Melt Mountain, we need to borrow the strength of the merfolk of the South Sea. That little head of yours sure is thinking too much. Li Qingshan nodded. If they had all undergone the third heavenly tribulation, flattening Fire Melt Mountain would not be difficult. However, they did not have that strength right now, so they needed to borrow their strength. If they did not have the Blood Oath Scroll and went to the South Sea and told the Merfolk King, we're willing to lend you a hand and destroy Fire Melt Mountain, it'll probably be boring again. However, if the two of them were coupled with the 10 cave masters who had sworn a blood oath and 12 second heavenly tribulation cultivators, it would be enough to become an important counterweight to the balance between the two races. They might even be able to drag the South Sea Sword Pavilion down with them. However, even though they had made so many preparations, how to borrow their strength was still a problem. They would definitely be wary of him, and he could end up as a sacrifice with the slightest carelessness. The key is how to move the Merfolk King. Merfolk don't have such a bad temper, but they're exactly the same when it comes to xenophobia. Merfolk hide in the South Sea, and the Hawkwolf Guard has far less information than the Fire Devourers, so it's really difficult to make a decision. If that stonefish woman still doesn't help out, I'll eat her, Little and said. Stonefish woman. Li Qingshan was taken aback. He smiled. You're talking about Ru Xian. Don't worry, she'll definitely help me. At this moment, Li Qingshan's expression changed. He exchanged glances with Little and someone is attacking Savage Mountain. Floating Heaven said. No bullet window. Chapter 805. Above the azure sky, among the white clouds, the myriad poison ancestor sat on a jade throne and stroked his long beard gently as he stared at Savage Mountain below with his green eyes. Banners fluttered in the surroundings as disciples of all ages and genders gathered around. They were all dressed in the same way, either in green robes or dresses. Even the weakest among them was at the first heavenly tribulation or above. There were almost 100 of them, demonstrating the heritage of a large sect. Master, Li Qingshan and Li Qingshan aren't on Savage Mountain right now. There's no one presiding over the protective formation, so it's a perfect opportunity to attack the mountain. However, Qian Liangmu flew back from Savage Mountain on a green cloud and reported politely, but he hesitated again. However, what? The myriad poison ancestor stopped stroking his beard. However, I can tell that Li Qingshan has no intention of founding a sect in the south. He'll return to the Green Province sooner or later, so why must we attack Savage Mountain? Qian Liangmu asked. The mighty poisonous young master actually has such a gentle side. Probably no one in the south will believe us if we tell them. A beautiful woman smiled. A large, colorful spider sat on her shoulder. Its 8 compound eyes stared at Qian Liangmu, shining with an extremely human-like viciousness. Don't tell me he's been frightened out of his wits after seeing Li Qingshan? A middle-aged man as thin as a bamboo continued. He stood on the head of a poisonous centipede that was several meters long. The two of them stood on the left and right of the 10,000 poison cult leaders' green jade throne, showing their different identities. They were Qian Liangmu's junior sister and senior brother, people who were qualified to compete with Qian Liangmu for the position of the 10,000 poison cult leader. Demonic sects had never been one to care about relationships, so their relationship was obviously like fire and water. They would never let an opportunity to strike at each other slip by. Qian Liangmu sneered and completely ignored them. He bowed. Please reconsider, Master. Qian Liangmu did not agree with attacking Savage Mountain. He was not a kind person. He would never let an opportunity to kill and rob slip by. However, when the Banyan Tree King referred to him as fellow, he became rather hesitant. Coupled with their meeting a few days ago, he just felt like Li Qingshan was not as simple as he seemed. Do you think I can't deal with him? The myriad poison ancestor said in displeasure. This disciple wouldn't dare. Qian Liangmu said. How can I allow someone to sleep beside my bed? Since he is unwilling to lower himself and become my 10,000 poison cult's protector, I will make sure that he has no place to stand in the southern border. You can leave now. Green light flashed through the myriad poison ancestor's eyes. He exuded an unparalleled and powerful aura, and all the disciples lowered their heads. The southern border had always been dominated by him, and he would never allow other forces to develop. If one day, Li Qingshan really left the Qingzhou, he would not be able to do anything. If he became an honored guest of the king of Southern Yu's estate, he and the woman named Little and would definitely become a great problem with their talent. Wouldn't they become a laughingstock of the world? As for some of Qian Liangmu's concerns, it wasn't that he hadn't considered it. However, with the difference in their cultivation levels, it wasn't worth it at all. The king of Southern Yu did not take action. He had only accepted the Banyan Tree King's advice out of consideration for the situation of the two prefectures. Could it be that he was really afraid of Li Qingshan? This brat is arrogant and rude, refusing the goodwill of the 10,000 poison cult. God damn it. And he's only at the second heavenly tribulation, yet he's bold enough to call himself the king of savages or whatever. Master wants to teach a false king like him a lesson today so that he understands the difference between him and a true king, said the gorgeous woman with the spider. Junior brother, if you're afraid, feel free to return to the Mist Capital. I'm willing to lend my meager strength to assist Master in destroying Savage Mountain. Capture Li Qingshan alive. The centipede man said and shot a glance at the surroundings. Apart from a few elders who were proud of their statuses, The regular disciples all called out with him. Destroy Savage Mountain. Capture Li Qingshan alive. For a moment, the banners swayed, and the battle cries shook the sky. The myriad poison ancestor slammed the armrest of his throne and stood up. With a wave of his right hand, the chilly winds and green flames swirled and gathered, condensing into a dark green sphere. Lightning crisscrossed and flowed, and the light dyed everyone's faces green. The lightning pearl of myriad poison was a secret technique of the myriad poison cult. It possessed the toughness of lightning and the gentleness of poison, making it extremely destructive. In that moment, even the sun seemed to dim. Everyone's gazes were drawn to the lightning pearl of myriad poison. Green light flowed through the myriad poison ancestor's eyes, and he extended one hand to both hands. The lightning pearl of myriad poison spun and grew larger and larger, shining brighter and brighter. In the blink of an eye, it reached the size of a water tank and was pushed down violently, immediately striking Savage Mountain. Rumbling filled the heavens and the earth, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Lightning shot out and dyed the sky green. Then it turned into a poisonous cloud, enveloping an area of several thousand kilometers. It surged through Savage Mountain and produced an ear-piercing sound of corrosion. The disciples of the myriad poison cult all cheered. Mighty ancestor, you've scared Li Qingshan so much that he pissed his pants, too afraid to leave the sect. I've practiced the lightning pearl of myriad poison for all these years, but I never thought this move would actually possess such power. Now that I've seen the ancestor take action today, I finally understand why our myriad poison cult can dominate the south. Li Qingshan is like an ant trying to shake a tree. How laughable. Savage Mountain has already fallen, so I'll serve as the vanguard for the ancestor right now and capture Li Qingshan. The myriad poison ancestor stood with his hands behind his back rather proudly. The corner of his lips curled into a complacent smile, but his smile suddenly stiffened. He barked coldly, "All of you, shut up." Everyone fell silent out of fear. They had no idea why the myriad poison ancestor had flown into a rage. Only when they looked over did they see that beneath the poisonous cloud, Savage Mountain remained shrouded in mist and clouds. The protective formation was unscathed. Their flattery was no different from mockery. Qian Liangmu thought, sure enough, it's not that simple. Senior brother, didn't you say the formation on Savage Mountain is unmanned? The spider woman questioned. Li Qingshan and the others really aren't on the mountain. I never thought they'd be bold enough to pass the control of the formation to someone else. On Savage Mountain, the banyan tree king sighed inside. This kid sure knows how to make trouble for me. He used his roots to extract the dense spiritual chi of Savage Mountain before scattering it into the air through the branches and leaves, activating the various formations. He had already become the eye of the formation, using the geographical advantage of Savage Mountain and his extremely abundant knowledge and experience to unleash the extraordinary power of the formations. All of you, shut up. None of you need to do anything. Just watch properly. The myriad poison ancestor bellowed out furiously and left the jade throne, flying towards Savage Mountain. He swung his hand and struck out again and again. Lightning pearls of poison bombarded Savage Mountain one after another. The booms rang out constantly, like a thunderstorm. In the valley, the night roamers gazed at the sky in fright. Within the surging poisonous mist, bolts of green lightning danced about like dragons and snakes, constantly battering against the formations. Any single bolt of lightning would be a disaster for them. Myriad poison ancestor. He really is a great cultivator after all. What he's capable of is not something we can match up to. Yu Wufeng stood on the top of the mountain. His white hair drifted in the wind as he was stern. Boss Yu, now's not the time to praise others. If the myriad poison ancestor kills his way in, we'll all be doomed. The gentleman of heavenly blubber also arrived at the top of the mountain to watch. His fat jiggled as a sliver of fear filled his face. An opponent like that was not something he could contend with at all. Even when he hid in the formation, he struggled to feel safe at all. Fellow cultivators, please block the attack. Yu Liusu flew over. The blood oath doesn't require us to throw our lives at the myriad poison cult. I think the Banyan Tree King is in charge of the formation. There's no need for us to do anything. Yu Wufeng snorted coldly inside. If it's Li Qingshan, then so be it, but an other folk who has just undergone the tribulation dares to order me around? Yu Liusu frowned. Then she looked at the other cave masters. None of them had any intentions of doing anything either, smiling at her. Heh, the blood oath doesn't have a clause like that. However, once our king returns and gives the order, we'll still have to throw our lives at him. The best outcome is just the myriad poison ancestor taking the blood oath scroll away. I don't care anyway. It doesn't matter who I become a dog. At worst, I'll just follow the ancestor to attack the South Sea Sword Pavilion. The gentleman of heavenly blubber smiled. Yu Wufeng's face changed. With the blood oath scroll in Li Qingshan's hands, there was still a chance for him to regain his freedom. If he ended up in the myriad poison ancestor's hands, he would truly be in a state of utter misery. He would not be able to die, and it would be detrimental to the South Sea Sword Pavilion. With a clang, the fogbow sword was drawn from its sheath. It went from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100, conjuring streaks of white light that pierced the depths of the poisonous cloud. Although they were all eaten away in the blink of an eye, they depleted the poisonous cloud and nullified the attacks from the lightning bead of myriad poison. Puppy of the South Sea Sword Pavilion, I've destroyed the formation. I'll cut off your dog head first as a sacrifice to the flag. The myriad poison ancestor could not see the situation on Savage Mountain, but he recognized the sword style and fogbow sword chi of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Originally, he had dragged all his disciples out so that they could show off their might, but he never expected the formation of Savage Mountain to actually be so tough. The way it operated was extremely ingenious, without the slightest opening. He could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Old dog myriad poison, get through this formation first, Yu Wufeng said. At this moment, the gentleman of heavenly blubber moved too. He sucked in a deep breath and fierce wind surged into it. His mountainous body swelled up, becoming like a huge ball of flesh. He swelled to the limit and suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a streak of sticky, scorching, blood-red light. It rushed into the air and actually pierced the poisonous cloud, creating a huge hole. His mountainous body shrank as he gasped for air. Yu Wufeng glanced at him in surprise. He never expected him to actually go all out. The gentleman of heavenly blubber smiled. Since I can't avoid being a dog, I have to find a good family. Although Li Qingshan and Little and were in possession of the Blood Oath Scroll, they did not oppress them too much. Even when they attacked various parts of the south, they possessed an absolute advantage. Not only was there no danger, but they even shared some of the benefits. Li Qingshan had no intention of founding a sect or establishing some sort of organization in the south, but the gentleman of heavenly blubber was intrigued. He proactively advised Li Qingshan on one hand, and he also established connections with the various cave masters on the other. He wanted to establish Savage Mountain into a true sect. He ranked second among the 10 cave masters, while Yu Wufeng stood aloof. He only wanted to return to the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Although the night roamers were favored and trusted by Li Qingshan, there was a natural barrier between them and the cave masters. They basically never interfered with one another. No matter how he thought about it, his position actually felt a little like a caretaker. If he really could establish Savage Mountain into an organization of its own, then he would be a figure with actual authority to help the King of Savages govern Savage Mountain. And after a period of contact, he discovered that Li Qingshan was not a dishonest, demonic cultivator. Since he had said there was a chance to remove the blood oath, he was not joking around. By then, not only would he regain his freedom, but there was even a chance for him, the caretaker, to become the second king of savages. Then, he said, "Our king is about to return, yet you still haven't taken action? Are you waiting for our king to give a personal order?" As a result, another 3 cave masters who were relatively close to him took action. Why would the remaining people be bold enough to be a role model? Whether they were willing or not, all they could do was take action. Chapter 806. Qian Liangmu went up to assist without another word. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a lightning bead of myriad poison. It collided with the streak of light and nullified each other. Didn't I say you could watch? The myriad poison ancestor looked over with his green eyes and said in displeasure, I've watched Master demonstrate the supreme skills of the cult, so I've been itching to make a fool of myself. Please guide me, Master. Once we return to the cult, I'm willing to accept punishment. Qian Liangmu said politely. Praise filled the leader of the myriad poison cult's eyes. With a wave of his hand, he said, So be it. I'll let you mess around this time. Before he had even finished speaking, the people of the myriad poison cult called out, Please guide me, Master. We're willing to accept punishment. They swarmed over together, either using arcane artifacts or techniques, all bombarding Savage Mountain. For a moment, light filled the surroundings. With the combined strength of an entire sect, the pressure on the protective formation immediately increased drastically. Senior Tree King, may I ask how much longer you can last? Yulu Su was worried, asking the Banyan Tree King for guidance. Not too long. If nothing goes wrong, a year or so should be no problem. The Banyan Tree King swayed his branches and said in an ancient voice, But with your assistance right now, it can last a little longer. Huh. Yulu Su was taken aback. She never expected the Banyan Tree King's not too long to be so long. It was impossible for the myriad poison cult to spend a year or so on Savage Mountain. It would already be impressive if they could last a few days. And the Banyan Tree King had clearly made a conservative estimate. In other words, it was impossible for the myriad poison cult to breach Savage Mountain. When the cave masters heard that, they could not help but work even harder. Fortunately, they did not turn down the offer just now, or they would definitely be punished once Li Qingshan returned. They sighed in amazement inside. The Banyan Tree King really does live up to his reputation. With him presiding over the formation, probably only the King of Southern you can breach Savage Mountain with a group of people. You guessed right. It really is the 10,000 poison cult. That old poisonous thing really can't tolerate me. Li Qingshan stood on the cloud and gazed at Savage Mountain, which was shrouded in poisonous mist. Seeing how it was not the King of Southern Yu, he still let out a sigh of relief. With the Banyan Tree King presiding over the protective formation, it definitely could not be taken down by a single myriad poison ancestor. What should we do? Little and asked. We obviously won't lose if we work together. Killing this group of disciples isn't a problem, but it'll be very difficult for us to keep the myriad poison ancestor here. Right now is not the time for us to openly clash with him, but it's impolite not to reciprocate. Let's go to the headquarters of the myriad poison cult. Li Qingshan took little and flew away. The myriad poison ancestor suddenly felt uneasy. He looked at the horizon, but all he saw were white clouds. No matter how he thought about it, he did not feel like there was anything that could threaten him, so he made up his mind and continued his assault on Savage Mountain. Qing, come out. Qing was currently cultivating in the Azura field when Li Qingshan's voice suddenly rang out by her ear. She had already been moved outside the Azura field. I have a mission for you. I wonder if your arts of escaping through space can pass through the formation below. Qing followed Li Qingshan's finger and looked in the direction that Li Qingshan was pointing at. All she saw was a huge basin below. Within the pale green miasma sat a series of majestic buildings that rose and fell. They were all dyed dark green and gave off a sinister aura. Sure. Qing studied it for a while and nodded in response. As an Azura from the Azura realm, she possessed arts of escaping through space that regular Azura could not grasp. The formations of the myriad poison cult were powerful, but they could not stop her from infiltrating them. Then, can you destroy the formations from the inside? Li Qingshan took a step further and asked. No, Qing said. Little and said, regular formations are relatively easier to destroy from the inside, but the formations of the myriad poison cult restrict both the inside and the outside. If you try to forcefully destroy them, you'll definitely die from the backlash. That's fine. As long as you can get in, that's enough. Li Qingshan said. Who's my target? Qing asked. Everyone. Li Qingshan then corrected himself. Not just the people, but the items too. Anyway, you have to destroy them as much as possible. All of the spoils will go to you. Yes, sir. Qing accepted the order and took a step, vanishing. She appeared over 5 kilometers away and arrived in the northwestern corner of the myriad poison cult with a few flashes. Afterwards, she used her arts of escaping through space and infiltrated there silently. Little and said, "If that's the case, I'll have to fight the myriad poison cult to the death." Li Qingshan said, "He can't get through my shield, but I have a spear that can pierce his shield. I obviously have to make good use of it." Little and nodded. In terms of assassination techniques, Qing surpasses the night roamers. Apart from the myriad poison ancestor himself, there aren't a lot of people in the myriad poison cult who can survive her assassination. The Azura realm is a higher world after all, one of the 6 realms of Sasra. In terms of experience in battle and slaughter, even I'm nowhere close to her. If I can gain a few more Azura commanders as subordinates, I'll definitely be much more powerful than those cave lords. I wonder if I can use the Azura field to summon the Azura king one day. Li Qingshan glanced at the Azura field in his hand before casting his gaze at the myriad poison cult below. It'll be up to her performance next. The myriad poison ancestor had led all the elders and disciples of the cult out, but the cult was still very lively. Most of them were outer disciples who had yet to undergo the first heavenly tribulation, and a few protectors remained in the cult. Kongming happened to be one of them. Today, it was his turn to pass on the path of cultivation to the outer disciples. He sat under the dripping eaves, facing a square made of limestone. Several hundred disciples stood sternly, listening attentively. There was a gentle breeze, and the bronze bells on the eaves jingled. The sunlight shone down, covering the stone beasts on the eaves with a halo. He was rather fed up with this job. He wasted his precious time on these pieces of trash. In another 3 years, not even a third of them would still be standing here, and after going through the various selections, there might not even be a single person who could reach his position in the end. However, he could not ignore the rules of the cult, so he spoke patiently as his eyes darted around among the disciples. In this generation, there were a few disciples who were rather good-looking. He could play around with them when he had the time. The warm wind blew, the sun shone brightly, and he was in the absolute safety of the sect, so he seemed extremely relaxed. He even felt a little tipsy. When a coldness suddenly filled his heart, he was slightly taken aback. He lowered his head, only to see a circular blade around his neck, glistening under the sunlight. Kill! The myriad poison ancestor had been attacking Savage Mountain for so long, so he gradually became anxious. He also found it rather strange. With his cultivation and mental fortitude, even if he could not take down Savage Mountain, he should not be behaving like this. Had he failed to account for something? And it had already been so long, so why hadn't Li Qingshan returned yet? He believed that as long as Li Qingshan appeared, he definitely would not be able to escape his senses. Then, he would be able to capture the leader. Even if he could not take down Savage Mountain, it would not matter. Right as he thought about it, his heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Disciples of the myriad poison cult would all be implanted with the poison heart goo the moment they became inner disciples. It could drastically increase their cultivation speed and make it easier to control goo insects. At the same time, it was also a method of control, preventing them from betraying the cult. Once they were killed, they would sense it too. Chapter 807. Master, what's wrong? Qian Liangmu used techniques again and again to support the myriad poison ancestor. Suddenly, he saw the myriad poison ancestor's expression change drastically, so he could not help but ask. Return to the myriad poison cult. The myriad poison ancestor had no time to explain. He turned into a streak of green light and flew back to the myriad poison cult. The other disciples, elders, and so on were all clueless. They all flew back with the myriad poison ancestor. The surroundings of Savage Mountain below had been corroded by the poisonous cloud and bombarded by techniques, reduced to a wasteland. However, Savage Mountain was completely unscathed. The cloud and mist surged without dispersing. Seeing the people of the myriad poison cult suddenly retreat, the night roamers and the 10 cave masters were all confused. They were all surprised. Yu asked the Banyan Tree King for guidance again. Senior, the myriad poison cult has suddenly retreated. Is there some scheme behind it? The Banyan Tree King understood everything. He smiled. Your king must have come up with some scheme to lure them away. Yu stopped worrying. Even if the myriad poison cult had any schemes, they would be completely exposed before the Banyan Tree King, who was renowned for his wisdom. Li Qingshan had pulled him over to watch over Savage Mountain, so it was as safe as it could be. The myriad poison ancestor flew quickly. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Another 2 inner sect disciples had died, and they had been in the myriad poison cult. His face could not help but change drastically, and he sped up again. Just what has happened? The formations haven't been triggered. Has there been internal strife in the cult? He could not be blamed for having doubts like that. Without destroying the formations, even the King of Southern Yu and the Banyan Tree King could not massacre the descendants of the cult. Speaking of which, probably only the Shadow Queen of the Night Roamers possessed such a wondrous ability. However, the Shadow Palace's sphere of influence did not extend beyond the south. Apart from Ghost Shadow, he had never heard of any Night Roamers operating there. The Shadow Queen would never take action so easily, let alone oppose a large sect like the Myriad Poison Cult. The Myriad Poison ancestor returned to the basin in a hurry. He passed through the green miasma and landed in the Myriad Poison Cult. Immediately, the heavy smell of blood filled his nostrils. Corpses littered the ground and fresh blood flowed, dyeing the limestone square red. The corpses were all headless, and in the middle of the plaza, there was a pyramid made of several hundred heads piled up. They were all disciples of the 10,000 Poison Cult, and the one at the very top was Protector Wei Ming. Under the red light of the setting sun, he died with everlasting regret, his expression sinister and mournful. Behind the pyramid of human heads, on the blue shadow wall, 5 words were written in blood, Savage King respectfully. The bloody words had yet to dry as they flowed down. The myriad poison ancestor's face reddened before going from red to green, a wretched green. His eyes shone with venomous light as he squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth. Li Qingshan. He waved his palm fiercely, and the pyramid of human heads along with the screen wall were all turned into powder. His chest heaved up and down. Before he could calm down, he suddenly said, "Not good." Qian Liangmu, his 2 senior brothers, junior sister, 3 direct disciples, 5 elders, and 3 protectors hurried back to the myriad poison cult with several dozen inner sect disciples. They were obviously much slower than the myriad poison ancestor. When the myriad poison ancestor hurried back to the myriad poison cult, they had not even completed a 10th of the journey. Qian Liangmu and the others were all worried. They had no idea what had happened in the cult, but they were afraid of abandoning the regular disciples. If the 10 cave masters of Savage Mountain caught up to them, they would basically be cutting off the foundation of the cult. Of course, they were just overthinking. Just the name of the myriad poison ancestor was enough to deter any cave masters from taking this risk. Although they had not come across any actual danger in this battle, they were all exhausted. They all sat down to meditate and recover. A while later, only Yu Wufeng stood up. He held the fogbow sword and gazed in the direction the myriad poison cult had retreated in. He seemed to be in thought. My king must have lured the myriad poison ancestor away. Regular disciples can't fly fast, so they'll definitely fall behind. And, without the geographical advantage, they won't be able to recover much of their strength through pills alone. Why don't you catch up and take a look, brother Yu? The gentleman of heavenly blubber said with a smile. He had lost quite a lot of his fat again, turning into a fatty that weighed 250 kilograms. Fatty, you sure are cunning. Are you trying to send me to my death? Yu Wufeng said coldly. Even without the myriad poison ancestor, how was he supposed to contend against Qian Liangmu and the others all by himself? Once he was kept busy, once the myriad poison ancestor and the others returned, he really would have no idea how he died. Not exactly. It's not like I know how to ride the sword, so it's not easy for me to come and go. If you can kill a few people from the myriad poison cult, you'll be doing a great service for Savage Mountain. With my king's clear distinction between kindness and grievances, perhaps he'll return your freedom." The gentleman of heavenly blubber chuckled. He was eager for Yu to run into the myriad poison ancestor and die outside. That way, he would be the rightful first cave master of Savage Mountain. Li Qingshan would be the king of savages, while he would be the crown prince. However, that was not a lie. Yu was not an idiot, so why would he fall for it? Sure enough, Yu gazed at the gentleman of heavenly blubber deeply and became tempted. With his strength, as long as he did not run into the myriad poison ancestor directly, he would not be in too much danger. "Let's work together." A black figure appeared. Ghost Shadow was rather confident in his techniques of stealth. He was confident that as long as he did not clash with the myriad poison ancestor, he would be able to protect himself. He had been tempted by what the gentleman of heavenly blubber had said, so he wanted to see whether there was any merit he could earn. All right. Yu made up his mind. He slapped the fogbow sword and stood up with it in hand. He fused with the sword and turned into a streak of white light, flying off. "Let's go too," Yi Liusu said before merging into the darkness with Yi Liuxing and Yi Liubua, tailing after him. The myriad poison ancestor rode a great green cloud together, currently flying towards the myriad poison cult. A streak of light pursued them from behind, but they were still over 5 kilometers away. Yu eyes narrowed, and he brought his fingers together like a sword, gently brushing past the fogbow sword. Sword chi flowed in the surroundings, and his white hair drifted about. Suddenly, he stabbed out. An extremely resplendent streak of white light shot towards the green cloud. He only hoped to keep the people of the myriad poison cult here for a moment so that Ghost Shadow could find an opportunity to strike. If he could kill a few disciples of the myriad poison cult, that would obviously be for the best. The streak of light shot into the green cloud. The green cloud that seemed extremely soft surged and actually devoured and digested the streak of light with ease. Yu came to a halt and frowned. The myriad poison cult really did have some tricks up their sleeves. They did not just gather together randomly. Instead, they merged their powers together, vaguely forming some sort of formation. Even Ghost Shadow probably would not be bold enough to venture deep and carry out an assassination. Qian Liangmu flew out of the green cloud and smiled. "Have you come to see me off, Cave Master Yu?" "That's right. I've long heard of the poisonous young master's great name. You stand alongside my junior brother, Ping Jingni, as a hero. Are you bold enough to face me in battle today?" Yu Wufeng stood with his sword. He had noticed the myriad poison ancestor was not around a long time ago, so he spoke with composure. However, he also considered whether to advance or retreat inside. He probably could not take advantage of the situation this time. However, leaving was only a matter of a word. The fogbow sword moved extremely quickly, so these people definitely could not catch up to him. Qian Liangmu said, "Cave Master Yu's courage is admirable. You're even more suited to be the next pavilion master of the South Sea Sword Pavilion than your junior brother. It's just a pity that you're bound by a blood oath, which is quite a pity. Junior brother, are you going to collude with the enemy in front of so many disciples? Don't waste your breath on him. Go kill this puppy from the South Sea Sword Pavilion," the centipede man said impatiently. Qian Liangmu originally wanted to mock Yu Wufeng a little, hoping that he would charge over forcefully, but he never expected to be interrupted by his senior brother first. He became furious. "Senior brother wants me to die with him, but I just won't let you have your way." Yu Wufeng was originally the first senior brother of the South Sea Sword Pavilion, while senior brother is also the first senior brother of our myriad poison cult. We should decide who's stronger today. Stop arguing, senior brothers. You've made a fool out of yourself for no reason. Let's just ignore this kid and hurry back to the myriad poison cult. There will be a day when we claim his life in the future, the Spider Woman urged. The Spider Woman urged. She received the agreement of the elders and protectors too. They were rather worried about the myriad poison ancestor's sudden departure. Even if you can escort someone for 1,000 kilometers, they'll still have to part in the end. Please return, Cave Master Yu. We'll definitely come again in the future. Qian Liangmu clasped his hands. He personally believed that as a member of the royal clan, he would not be as vulgar as these southern barbarians. He would always display the bearing of a prince no matter what. Yu Wufeng said nothing. This time, only the 10 cave masters could stand a chance against him. Right when he was about to retreat resolutely, a strange sound suddenly rang out by his ear. The sound was like a dragon's cry, enough to stun ghosts and gods, ringing through the clouds. It was also like a Buddha's chant, righteous and righteous, delivering all life from suffering. When he heard it, even his soul trembled. Yu Wufeng immediately shut off his sense of hearing, but it was useless. The sound grew louder and louder, boundless and omnipresent. Since when did the South possess an ability like that? Yu Wufeng gazed into the distance. The red glow in the west seemed to be burning. The sound flew over from the layers of light. A speck of golden light flashed, like a bright star rising up in the night sky, growing brighter and brighter, growing closer and closer. It's her. Who is it? The spider woman cried out involuntarily. If it was said that Yu Wufeng only felt shock, then the members of the myriad poison cult felt actual pressure. The green cloud they controlled rippled, vaguely showing signs of shattering. It was no longer as relaxed as it was when it swallowed Yu Wufeng's sword. Little and was covered in brilliant light, but it was unable to conceal her dazzling golden light. Her bluish-white monk's robes rippled as she flew towards the green cloud. She opened her mouth slightly and unleashed the secret technique of the Chan monastery of Devanaga that even the golden cicada spirit king had to find a way to secretly learn, the chant of Devanaga. Her pair of spectral eyes were unfazed, seeing through all forms and space, comprehending the mysteries of the Buddhist Dharma. She pushed this Buddhist secret technique to the limit, but what she used was the path of white bone and great beauty that could destroy all Buddhas. It's her. Qian Liangmu gazed at the unforgettable face in the distance. He struggled to imagine that such a tremendous and profound voice actually came from the mouth of a petite woman like her. He had heard a long time ago that she was the most outstanding disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga in the past 1,000 years, yet she had risked everything to come to the south with Li Qingshan and risk her life. Under the great name of the King of Savages, she had remained silent the entire time, willing to serve as a foil, which made people unable to help but underestimate or even overlook her. After all, she had only undergone the second heavenly tribulation recently. Even if she was a genius, her strength was still limited. Only now did he come to a sudden realization that she was actually so powerful. She no longer seemed as obedient and pleasant as before. The bearing she gave off actually eclipsed all of them. She's that little and or whatever beside Li Qingshan. Perfect timing. Capture her and ask for a reward from Master. The centipede man pursed his lips in excitement. He had basically never heard of such great beauty. Perhaps he could even get close to her. Kill this bitch. The spider woman called out, her face filled with jealousy. Idiot. Qian Liangmu no longer cared about his bearing as a prince and cursed aloud, but his face was filled with shock. Chapter 808. Qian Liangmu's heart suddenly leapt into his throat. Those who had never seen Li Qingshan definitely could not. He wanted to experience the power and influence this man possessed. In terms of cultivation alone, every single elder and protector here surpassed him. As a result, while he possessed startling accomplishments in battle, it was very difficult for him to take the name King of Savages too seriously based on what he had heard. Just like how the myriad poison ancestor did not care about how the banyan tree king referred to him as fellow, all the cultivators who had reached their realm of cultivation were talented prodigies. All of them had gone through many years of arduous cultivation. All of them were confident in their own strength. No matter what, Li Qingshan was far too young in his 30s. Qian Liangmu might seem like a young master on the surface, but according to the seniority of mortals, he was more than enough to be Li Qingshan's grandfather. The mighty greatest sect of the South had gathered their elites together. Even if the myriad poison ancestor was not present, why would they be afraid of a mere Li Qingshan's ambush? That was what they thought, and that was what the myriad poison ancestor thought too, which was why he left without worrying about their safety at all. However, Qian Liangmu had personally seen Li Qingshan and experienced the difference between them, so he understood fear. Since Li Qingshan was bold enough to draw away the myriad poison ancestor and purposefully intercept them here, he must have been quite confident. Glancing around, there were mountains and forests that rose and fell as far as the eye could see. Li Qingshan could be hiding anywhere. The vast surroundings suddenly became filled with killing intent, suffocating them. Little and pressed forward like a dazzling star, flying over from the western horizon. The chant of Devanaga became deeper and clearer, echoing through the surroundings. Even with the green clouds in the way, the elders and protectors felt their blood surge. They struggled to even focus their soul senses. The regular disciples were even worse off. They clutched their heads and collapsed on the clouds. They felt like their souls had been tossed into surging waves, about to be ripped apart and annihilated at any time. So this is the supreme cultivation technique of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, the chant of Devanaga. Sure enough, it's something. Oh no, we can't let her continue using it. Let's strike together and take her down. As he spoke, Little N was already within 10 miles. The power of the chant of Devanaga was unleashed to the extreme, and he had no intention of slowing down at all. In just a breath's time, the two sides would officially engage in battle. The 10,000 poison cult's disciples were itching to give it a try. Just as they were about to attack, they suddenly felt their bodies become heavy, as if they were about to be pulled down from the sky. Their bodies staggered. The green cloud surged and was on the verge of collapse, and those normal disciples who were already suppressed by the chant of Devanaga in the first place spat out blood, feeling like their organs were about to rupture. Qian Liangmu's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly raised his head. They're here. Amidst the white clouds, in the depths of the sky that was dyed red by the multicolored light, a black appeared. It was rapidly enlarging and falling at an unbelievable speed. The strong wind whistled past Li Qingshan's ears. Wisps of white turbulence appeared around Li Qingshan's body, leaving the white clouds far behind him. The dark green land blew in his face. He unfurled his wings of wind to the limit, and the flames of the phoenix blazed. Wind and fire merged together, dragging behind him like a long, glowing tail of a comet. After undergoing the phoenix's nerva and rebirth in fire, he unleashed this form again, but it was much faster and much more powerful than before. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 poison cult had already arrived before him. He could clearly see the shock on their faces. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled into a smile. He spread open the fingers on his right hand and bent his right arm backwards. Have you ever heard of a palm style that descends from the sky? From the moment Qian Liangmu saw Li Qingshan, the sense of danger he had developed from experiencing countless life-or-death situations basically roared out. He took out a great shifting talisman he had been saving up for a very long time without any regard and activated it. However, his seniors and juniors, as well as the elders and protectors, clearly did not believe there was a need for that. His two seniors and juniors even mocked his cowardice inside, thinking about how they should report him to the myriad poison ancestor. An elder beamed with joy. He pointed at the sky and bellowed, "He's the king of savages, Li Qingshan. Take him down quickly. We've really searched far and wide for him, only to find him right before our eyes. There's a path in heaven, yet you refuse to take it, yet you barge into hell. Seriously." Li Qingshan slammed down with his palm, suddenly turning into a colossal palm. The huge shadow it cast down enveloped all of the myriad poison cult, crushing down like a mountain. Bang! The green cloud shattered, and there were many muffled explosions inside. Clouds of bloody mist rose up. Li Qingshan's descent slowed down. He unfurled his wings and folded them up, landing gently on the ground. He dispersed his demonic armor, and his scarlet eyes turned pitch black. His right hand returned to normal too. He swung it around and exhaled gently. This move is powerful, but it sure takes up quite a lot of energy and demon chi. Fortunately, my control over my power has indeed become much more refined after the Phoenix's nerva. In the past, I'd have to smash into the ground before I could stop. Yu Wufeng widened his eyes and opened his mouth, unable to return to his senses for quite a while. After cultivating for all these years, he personally believed he was knowledgeable. He had seen all sorts of strange things, but he had never been as surprised as he was today. From the moment Little End appeared, he had been prepared to provide support. After all, she was in possession of the Blood Oath Scroll. When Li Qingshan descended from above, he swung the fogbow sword, ready to put on a good show. However, before he could even unleash a sword technique, Li Qingshan had already flown over with a swish. Who knew how many times faster than when he rode his sword? And then, the myriad poison cult was gone. 2 direct disciples, 3 protectors, 5 elders, as well as dozens of inner court disciples, all of them had vanished from the world. If it weren't for the faint smell of blood drifting in the wind, he would have suspected that the 10,000 poison cult had used some sort of miraculous mass teleportation technique. Even though he had witnessed it with his own eyes, he still struggled to believe it. The core elites of the myriad poison cult had all been slapped to death by a single palm strike like this. Ghost Shadow could not help but emerge from his concealment. His expression was no different from Yu Wufeng's. The strength of the ox and tiger, the speed of the phoenix, coupled with the tremors of the ox demon, the gravity of the earth, and the wings of wind formed a terrifying force. Let alone a group of second or first heavenly tribulation cultivators, even the myriad poison ancestor would be heavily injured if he managed to survive that strike. Of course, it was basically impossible for him to land a strike like this in a battle of the same level. Even with the suppression of strength, Li Qingshan wanted to make little and bait the enemies first, making them stay where they were and distract them. He made the spirit turtle calculate for a very long time before striking out boldly, launching a palm strike like this. And the outcome of being struck by his strike was no longer as simple as being reduced to mincemeat. All of their bones and flesh would be completely destroyed, reduced to a bloody mist. Coincidentally, the moment Li Qingshan landed on the ground, Little End flew over. She swung the Blood Sea banner and sucked the bloody mist and souls into it. Chapter 809. In the evening sky, a few stars had already opened their eyes silently, gazing over coldly. The world. A streak of green light swept past and suddenly halted. The myriad poison ancestor's expression changed drastically, becoming filled with disbelief. He murmured, "Impossible, impossible. Just who is it?" He refused to believe that Li Qingshan possessed the ability to do so. It was exactly this wrong assessment that made him pay a heavy price. He gritted his teeth, and a layer of green appeared on his face. He sped up and flew away without any regard for the cost of his cultivation. When he was close to where the people of the myriad poison cult had died, he suddenly heard a call from below. "Master, I'm here." Who was it? Who did it? The myriad poison ancestor arrived beside Qian Liangmu in a flash and grabbed him by the shoulder, asking viciously, It was Li Qingshan. Just him. And that little and used the chant of Devanaga to intercept us. I sensed that something was amiss, so I used a great shifting talisman. Don't tell me, Qian Liangmu had escaped, but just now, he still doubted whether he had made a mistake. He was worried about how he was supposed to explain things to the myriad poison ancestor if Li Qingshan was not as dangerous as his instincts told him. Only now did he finally confirm he was right when he saw the myriad poison ancestor's expression, and the situation seemed to be even more severe than he had imagined. There were so many people. Did none of them escape? You sure know how to run. The myriad poison ancestor glared at Qian Liangmu. I deserve to die. Please punish me, master. Qian Liangmu said. Whatever. It's already impressive that you managed to escape. Once I ascend, you'll be the next leader of the myriad poison cult. Don't let me down. The myriad poison ancestor waved his hand and gradually calmed down. He gazed in the direction of Savage Mountain with a sunken face. Master, what should we do now? Qian Liangmu had no idea whether he should laugh or cry now that he had obtained what he had been dreaming of. He asked carefully. Li Qingshan and the others had probably fled back to Savage Mountain already. When Li Qingshan was not around, even if they gathered the strength of the entire myriad poison cult, they still could not take down Savage Mountain, let alone now when only the two of them remained. They would just be asking to be humiliated if they went. However, he was not bold enough to say that to the myriad poison ancestor. However, the myriad poison ancestor was not a mediocre person. It had just been many years since he suffered such a great loss, which was why he had been careless. Now that he had been dealt a heavy blow, he had already made up his mind. You go back to myriad poison cult to hold down the fort. I want to go somewhere. I will not rest until I crush Li Qingshan's bones and scatter his ashes. That's strange. The myriad poison ancestor actually hasn't attacked. So much for rushing back in such a hurry. Li Qingshan stood at the top of the tall tower on the main peak of Savage Mountain. He shaded his eyes with his hand and gazed at the sky. All he saw was the setting sun. The sky was as dark as ink, and the moonlight was like water. He's a sect master after all. He won't be so unwise. Little and sat on the edge of the tower. The stars reflected in his eyes as his long hair drifted in the night breeze. Heh, fair enough. What a pity. I was planning on cursing him a little more. Li Qingshan looked away and said in some pity. He won't just swallow his anger. We still need to take precautions, said Little, and as long as the King of Southern Yu doesn't launch a full-scale attack, who can get through our Tree King formation? Li Qingshan smiled. In the valley, the banyan tree king sighed helplessly. I'll have to worry about this kid again. In my knowledge, there are still some. Little and said. Hopefully, it's not such a troublesome opponent, or it would not be impossible for the foundation of Savage Mountain to be destroyed in a day. Li Qingshan said, the world is vast, and there are as many powerful people as there are clouds. However, we won't be at the mercy of others anymore. We must repay them tenfold. In the Azura field, what's your relationship with that Li guy? We've worked so hard, yet you're the one who benefits the most. Yin Qing sighed emotionally. She stared at a bald demon general with average strength and low intelligence. He was King Millipede. Friends. Millipede likes friends. Millipede rubbed his head and smiled foolishly. Every single one of the dark green beads in his hand condensed with powerful spiritual energy. These were the main spoils of the battle, the 10 golden cores of the protector elders of the myriad poison cult. Due to their poison affinity, they were useless to Li Qingshan, so he tossed them all to Millipede. The 10 poisonous cores were enough for Millipede to save 1,000 years of time. His status as a demon commander was already set in stone, and his chances of becoming a demon king had increased drastically. Yin Qing was filled with admiration for this treatment. She felt even more admiration for Li Qingshan now. If she returned to the Azura realm one day, following an Azura king like this did not seem like a bad choice. However, right now, she should properly enjoy this rare vacation. Yin Qing sat down cross-legged and took out an exquisite teapot from a pile of 100 treasures pouches. She pinched a handful of tea leaves and brewed them with spiritual water. She filled a cup, and green smoke curled up as a strange fragrance wafted through the air. Millipede no longer looked at the poisonous cores. Instead, he stared straight at the teacup, drooling. Yin Qing put down the teacup. Sigh, you're so disgusting. Whatever. Wipe away your drool. I'll treat you to a cup. Your Majesty, the cave masters are awaiting your arrival at the Wild King Hall. They invite you over to give them instructions. Yu Wufeng arrived at the main peak and clasped his hands towards Li Qingshan at the top of the tower. His attitude had become extremely respectful. Although he had lost to Li Qingshan in the past and was forced to swear a blood oath, he had always been rather reluctant to accept it. He just felt like Li Qingshan did not make him stay behind with his own strength. However, after the battle today, his mind had become extremely shaken. The South Sea Sword Pavilion and the Myriad Poison Cult had been at odds for many years. They had always treated each other as mortal enemies. Countless hot-blooded battles and tragic sacrifices had been written between the South and the South Sea. As it turned out, it was all because of a single palm strike from him. Even if I undergo the third heavenly tribulation, I'm not his opponent. But the most terrifying part is that he's only in his 30s. Not only was he shocked by Li Qingshan's great strength, but he also felt like his worldview had been shattered and his horizons had been broadened. Li Qingshan leapt down. Let's go. The Savage King Hall was a hall built by the gentlemen of Heavenly Blubber on Savage Mountain. It was made from 1,000,000 tons of black basalt, sitting majestically on the mountain ridge. It had not been sculpted, but it gave off a primitive, savage aura. It seemed especially deep under the night sky. In the center of the hall was a black rock throne. Below it were 10 slightly smaller seats to the left and right. The 9 cave masters had already taken their seats. Apart from Ghost Shadow, who remained silent, the other cave masters discussed and communicated with one another. The gentleman of Heavenly Blubber was the most active. At this moment, a tall figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. Li Qingshan strode in. The cave masters stood up at the same time, bowing and clasping their hands. Greetings, my king. Their unified voices echoed through the empty hall, filled with similar fear and respect. Li Qingshan walked past them and arrived before the black throne, examining it. The throne stood high up, its base fused with the ground. According to the aesthetics of the South, it was carved into many skeletons. However, the back of the throne was jagged like a sword, black rock that had not been carved. It stabbed straight into the sky. Li Qingshan shook his head. It's just a rock. Chapter 810. The gentleman of Heavenly Blubber wanted to turn Savage Mountain into a demonic sect. He had put in quite a lot of effort, but it had never gone well. The cave masters all had their own plans. None of them could tell what he was planning. Even that Li guy hasn't taken the initiative, yet you damn fatty blabbered on endlessly. Seriously, the eunuchs are more worried than the emperor. However, after this battle, the cave masters could not help but reevaluate the feasibility of this plan. Since even the myriad poison cult could do nothing to them, and Li Qingshan had even destroyed their entire sect, Savage Mountain was clearly about to rise up as the greatest organization in the South. It was even more impossible for them to rely on external forces to break free. As a result, the rock beneath Li Qingshan's bottom was no longer a rock, but a throne that grasped the power of life and death. It was enough to make people envious. One day, when Li Qingshan grew tired of sitting on it, whoever sat on it would become the new king of savages. Li Qingshan had no intention of founding some large organization, nor did he believe he had any talent for leadership. However, this was the cultivation community. Strength would obviously have people submitting to you. Strength could replace tactics and schemes. You've all worked hard with the myriad poison cult's invasion this time. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and everyone answered loudly, "Serving the king is our duty." The myriad poison cult has no idea what's good for them. I've already destroyed their entire sect, leaving only the myriad poison ancestor. I still don't have confidence in killing him, so I'll spare him for now. I'll definitely make him pay the price in the future. Almighty my king, if it weren't for you today, of course, I wouldn't have been able to get through this formation, but I've already said it before. I'll remember who works for me. Especially Second Fatty. Look how much thinner you've become. Li Qingshan pointed at the first seat to his left. The wide, stone chair was basically unable to contain the gentleman of Heavenly Blubber's fat. The gentleman of Heavenly Blubber turned it down, but his fat jiggled from laughter. He changed the topic and said, "My king, as the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without rules. Our Savage Mountain still needs a set of rules. We can't just rely on the Blood Oath Scroll, just in case someone slacks at a critical moment and watches us make a fool out of ourselves." Li Qingshan glanced around. "Do you have any objections?" The cave masters expressed their approval one after another. Li Qingshan said, "All right. Second Fatty, I'll leave this matter to you." "Wait." One of the cave masters stood up to stop them. "Oh!" Li Qingshan looked up and saw that the one who had spoken was actually the Marquis of Serene. He thought to himself, ever since this old fellow made the blood oath, as long as I don't speak to him, he's never said a word. He doesn't think much of the other cave masters either. Why did he suddenly take the initiative to speak today? Marquis, what do you think? Don't tell me you have other thoughts and want to return to your Serene Marquis residence? The gentleman of heavenly blubber turned around. The friendliness unique to fatties had suddenly vanished, replaced by a fierce-looking, hideous face. It was enough to remind people that he was also a notorious demonic cultivator in the south. I wholeheartedly agree with second cave master's suggestion. However, the so-called rules are first and foremost to distinguish between superiors and inferiors. In the southern wilderness, there's nothing else, only strength matters. My king, I request a match to redetermine the rankings. I refuse to believe I'm only the 10th cave master. The Marquis of Serene clasped his hands. Because he had sworn the blood oath last, he was ranked 10th. He had never taken this ranking seriously, but now, he wanted to stand forward and fight for it. Even if he could not defeat Yu Wufeng, was he supposed to be unable to defeat this fatty? The gentleman of heavenly blubber's viciousness grew even heavier. He never expected the Marquis of Serene to suddenly become enlightened and want to oppose him. A few other cave masters expressed their agreement with the Marquis of Serene's suggestion. Once the organization was established, numbers were no longer just numbers, but status and authority. Who was willing to submit to others? The current ranking will definitely change in the future, but with me, it's not just strength that matters. There's also merit. The fire-devouring kings have taken advantage of my powerlessness and insulted my incompetence, so I wish to destroy them to prove that I'm not powerless or incompetent. What do you all think? Why don't you voice it out? Li Qingshan straightened his body and placed his hands on the armrests as he suddenly said that. The hall fell silent. Why did he suddenly mention the fire-devouring kings? The fire-devourers were in existence much more troublesome than the myriad poison cult. Across the entire Mist Province, there were many more large sects than the Green Province, but their foundations were nowhere close to the Green Province's. Often, only the sect master would be a great cultivator who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation, passing it down through the generations in the sect. This was because the conflict in the Mist Province was far too intense. Not only was it between sects, but it was also within sections. If Qian Liangmu became the leader of the myriad poison cult, his two senior brothers and junior sister would probably flee elsewhere. If they underwent the third heavenly tribulation and were unable to take back the position of sect master, they would be forced to start anew and establish a new sect. This was why there were so many sects in the Mist Province and so many independent cultivators. However, across the entire Mist Province, there was only a single fire devourer, and they had never split up. The force they had accumulated through the generations was not something the myriad poison cult could rival. Fire devourers were extremely belligerent. Once they were provoked, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. What? You've all gone mute, Li Qingshan said. Please reconsider, my king. The fire devourers are no trifling matter. They're riddled with masters. Savage Mountains formations might be overseen by the Banyan Tree King, but they might not be able to stop them, said the Marquis of Serene. The gentleman of heavenly blubber also cast aside their conflict and expressed his agreement with him. Once they declared war against the fire devourers, their chances of dying would increase drastically. The fire-devouring kings did not hold back when it came to killing. What a bunch of unreliable people. They'll do it when there's benefits and shrink back when there's trouble. Wufeng, what do you think? Li Qingshan asked the silent Yu Wufeng. I'm at your command, my king. I'm willing to serve you faithfully. Yu Wufeng immediately stood up. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. Originally, he wanted to see if he could borrow the South Sea Sword Pavilion's strength, but what Yu Wufeng was implying was that he did not want to drag the South Sea Sword Pavilion into this mess. This was why Li Qingshan had no interest in establishing some sort of organization, especially an organization established with a group of demonic cultivators. Rules and regulations were completely unreliable. Using the Blood Oath Scroll to issue orders was much easier. He snorted inside, "You bastards, you better go fill up the crater of the volcano when the time comes." Under Li Qingshan's malicious gaze, the hall fell silent again. It was dark and everyone was speechless. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from the entrance, "Young man, do you really plan on becoming enemies with the fire devourers?" The cave masters looked over, wondering who was bold enough to show such disrespect to Li Qingshan. All they saw was a woman in white standing there with a smile. Her skin was gentle like jade, seeming even fairer than her clothes, but she was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Meanwhile, Little and, who wielded the power over their fates, stood beside her expressionlessly. Don't be impudent. We're the king of savages now. Li Qingshan smiled and leaned back in his chair again. Greetings, my king. Ru Xian arrived before the throne and bowed gracefully. She seemed to be in an extremely good mood. What, you're still trying to persuade me not to become enemies with the fire devourers? Li Qingshan said. Chapter 811. The cave masters looked at one another and exchanged glances. They secretly communicated with their soul sense. What a way this woman speaks. With her cultivation, she's actually saying she wants to destroy the fire devourers. Even if she undergoes the second heavenly tribulation, she's not even enough for the fire-devouring king to burn. Are you serious? You're not joking? Li Qingshan was rather surprised too. As it turned out, his hopes for Ru Xian were just to understand the inside story of the merfolk of the South Sea through her, and then find a way to convince the merfolk king to send troops to attack Fire Melt Mountain. He never thought she would want to destroy the fire devourers right off the bat. He stared into Ru Xian's eyes, trying to see through her thoughts. That's the only thing I won't joke about. Though, give me some time. I need to undergo the second heavenly tribulation, said Ru Xian. I don't want to believe you, but fine then. If there's anything you need, feel free to ask. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He felt like her attitude had changed really quickly. She had gone from resolutely opposing it in the beginning to resolutely supporting it now. It was confusing. First of all, gather as much information as you can on the recent movements of the merfolk of the South Sea and the fire devourers, but don't alert them. Don't take on an opposing stance against Fire Melt Mountain or get close to the merfolk of the South Sea. Secondly, capture some fire devourers for me. They don't have to be too powerful, but you have to keep it a secret. It's best if they mistakenly believe it was done by them. Finally, I need to gather a few things. I need everyone's cooperation. Ru Xian spoke with confidence and composure. Clearly, she had a plan in mind. Li Qingshan did not ask what she wanted to do. He agreed to everything and ordered the cave masters to cooperate. The cave masters were reluctant to be ordered around by a foundation establishment cultivator, but these tasks were still better than risking their lives against the fire devourers. Who knew when she would undergo the second heavenly tribulation? By then, perhaps Li Qingshan would have already cooled down and no longer wanted to attack Fire Melt Mountain. The cave masters accepted their orders and dispersed. Only Li Qingshan and Ru Xian remained in the gloomy hall. Their eyes met. Li Qingshan wanted to say something, but he suddenly waved his hand. Forget it. You can say it when you want to say it. I want to talk about it now. Ru Xian smiled. Then, but since you want to hear it so much, I feel like I'll be at a disadvantage if I tell you. Ru Xian twirled a strand of her hair. Damn you. Li Qingshan cursed and laughed again. You've finally returned to normal. Although there was a hint of fierceness in his voice. Have I ever been abnormal? Ru Xian blinked her eyes, turned around, and waved her hand. I'm going to attend to my business. Young man, just sit on the chair and wait. Watching Ru Xian leave, Li Qingshan leaned against the armrest and supported his head with his hand. He asked, Did you say something to her? It's nothing. She just said you're determined to attack Fire Melt Mountain and take the divine Wooting Tree for cultivation, which made her happy. Little and sat sideways on the armrest and reached out to touch Li Qingshan's cheek. You don't have to eat her now. Li Qingshan gently scooped her into his arms with a smile. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. Who likes to chew rocks? At the same time, the myriad poison ancestor moved through the pitch-black jungle. He slowed down, as if there would be a trap with every step he took. There was not a single person in the surroundings, but he could clearly sense countless prying eyes. He remained calm and composed. He believed the person he wanted to see would appear very soon. Suddenly, he stopped. The darkness became thicker and thicker, like a pool of black water surging in the silence. In this extreme darkness, even the surrounding environment became grotesque and motley. The trees twisted vaguely, like drifting silhouettes, imprinted in the darkness even darker than the darkness. Shadowy, black plants grew around the myriad poison ancestor. They were densely packed, with huge buds on the slender stems. Thousands of buds bloomed at the same time, but what bloomed were not flowers, but mouths with crisscrossed fangs. They said together, "Let's go." Myriad poison, why aren't you enjoying yourself in the south? Why have you come to my shadow palace? Every single voice was ear-piercing. Thousands of them stacked together, enough to make people want to go deaf. Even the myriad poison ancestor became slightly restless. He made up his mind. "I want to ask you to kill someone for me, fellow." "Oh, someone I can kill but can't." You should know that the Shadow Palace never assassinates targets above the third heavenly tribulation, whether it's humans, demons, or other folk, or half-human, half-demons, half-human, half-other folk, or half-other folk, half-demons. The Shadow Queen spoke extremely quickly. Her shadow rose up and formed a triplet in the air. Every stroke turned into the silhouettes of humans, demons, and other folk before rapidly weaving together to form so-called half-human, half-demons, and so on. No, not the third heavenly tribulation, but the second heavenly tribulation. Oh, that's interesting. Name? Li Qingshan. The myriad poison ancestor struggled to hide his resentment. The king of savages, Li Qingshan. I refuse. Please return. The Shadow Queen seemed to consider it before turning him down firmly. Her shadow drew a cross in the air before drifting away. Hold on, you still haven't heard my reward. The myriad poison ancestor took a step forward and extended his hand. The shadow plants suddenly merged into a colossal shadow monster, blocking the myriad poison ancestor's path. It roared out, "Did the king of Southern you send you? Does he want to drag the night roamers into the war between humans? Go back and tell him he can forget about it. I wish him the best of luck forever. I wish him that his own kind will chop off his head." No, this has nothing to do with the king of Southern you, the Mist Province, or even the Green Province. It's all about me. The myriad poison ancestor hesitated before finally revealing his grievances with Li Qingshan. To him, this was a great humiliation that he struggled to mention. The shadow monster let out a strange cackle from time to time. In the end, it said, "Infiltrating the myriad poison cult and killing people. I suspect it's the handiwork of that ghost shadow from Savage Mountain." Hehe, so you're talking about that child. I've let him rest up. It's time for him to come back and continue working. Thank you for telling me about him. I'll bring him back. Night roamers shouldn't be enslaved by others, but I don't think he has the ability. If you kill Li Qingshan, I'll shoulder all the blame. I'll announce that I was the one who took action. If you don't believe me, I can swear a venomous oath and take full responsibility for this matter. You'll receive 3 arcane treasures at the very least, as well as tremendous resources. The myriad poison ancestor said firmly. The venomous oath he spoke of was not an empty, venomous oath that mortals made. Instead, it was an oath that possessed great power. Unlike the Blood Oath Scroll, it could only take effect out of complete willingness. After a moment of silence, the shadow monster shrank and turned into a blurry figure. It sat in front of the myriad poison ancestor and rubbed its head with its slender arm. All right, let's talk about the reward now. Quite a while later, the thick darkness receded like the tide. The jungle returned to normal. The myriad poison ancestor looked around. Even in the end, he was unable to grasp the Shadow Queen's location. A bright moon hung in the sky. On the branch of a huge tree, a pair of deep blue eyes watched the myriad poison ancestor fly off into the distance. She fiddled around with a tumor-like, dark green sphere in her hand and smiled gently. Chapter 812. Li Qingshan, O Li Qingshan. Haven't you heard of the saying that a tall tree attracts the wind? Do you really think you can run amok like a king? I'll just borrow your head tonight. As she spoke softly, she blinked her deep blue eyes, and her figure drifted away under the moon. She flew over mountains and rivers through the vast sea of trees. When the moon set in the west, she arrived outside Savage Mountain. She circled around it and praised inside. It's no wonder that even myriad poison can't force his way in. These formations aren't particularly special, but the way they operate them can be described as having reached the pinnacle of perfection. If I want to sneak in without anyone noticing, it really will be rather troublesome. However, it was just troublesome. Very soon, the Shadow Queen passed through the thick mist and arrived in the valley. A huge tree towered into the sky in the valley, extremely eye-catching. She was taken aback. Why does this tree seem so familiar? And it seems to be the core of the protective formation. No way. Since when does the old tree king help people with something like guarding their home? Don't tell me it's just another banyan tree demon that looks similar? Filled with surprise, the Shadow Queen approached the banyan tree king. She wanted to investigate it more closely, but the sight below the tree only made her even more surprised. It was late at night right now, the time when night roamers were active. Night roamers came and went on the streets of the town that had just taken shape. There were both men and women, young and old. The older people still behaved in a quiet manner, making no sound at all. As for the young people and children, it was much livelier. They drank and feasted under the moon, playing around on the streets. If it were not for their ink blue skin and pointed ears, if it were not for the fact that the children moved as nimbly as a black panther when they played around, they were basically no different from humans. They seemed like a paradise that stood aloof from the world, tranquil and peaceful. The Shadow Queen slowed down and made her way through the streets. She was extremely confused inside. Is this really Savage Mountain? Why are there so many clansmen here? The children laughed as they passed through her body and disappeared into the corner of the street. Their laughter still lingered. She shook her head slightly, convinced that she had not fallen into some kind of illusion. The only person who could create such a realistic illusion and deceive her perception was probably that old monster from the South Sea. However, that old monster had never left the sea, and it was even more impossible for him to appear here. As the Shadow Queen approached the depths of the town, she became more and more surprised. Not only were there so many night roamers here, but their cultivations had also exceeded her expectations. According to her senses, there were 4 night roamers who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation in the valley alone, and there were even more who were close to this realm. They were just stuck at a bottleneck. If they were given enough resources and the right guidance, they would be able to become a core force of the Shadow Palace. I've really made the right decision to come here. Compared to magic treasures, this is the most precious thing. The Shadow Queen was rather excited too. After all, the greatest restriction to other folk was their population. They followed the ancient law of nature. The more powerful the bloodline, the more difficult it was for them to reproduce. As a result, every single clansman was extremely important. Even if they were not powerful, they could still contribute to the expansion of the race. She approached the banyan tree king, and her eyes suddenly narrowed. It really is this kid. The third cave master of Savage Mountain, Ghost Shadow, had changed from his secretive and silent ways. He currently stood under the canopy on a damaged stone pedestal, loudly preaching something. A circle of male night roamers gathered around him, listening closely. His voice drifted over with the wind. We might be men, and our talent might not be as great as women, but that doesn't mean we should be inferior to others. Without our efforts, the night roamers would have gone extinct a long time ago. If we don't plant our seeds, will the earth sprout by itself? There was a series of cheers below the pedestal. In particular, as cultivators, we're even more equal, and our talent is actually better than most humans and demons. We can't give up on ourselves. We have to work hard on cultivation and change our status. Isn't the Savage King who rules over us right now a man? Everyone, say it with me. We have to become stronger. We have to become stronger. The male night roamers raised their arms and called out. All men, unite. We're not tools for procreation. All men, unite. We're not tools for procreation. Some of the young men shed tears of excitement, gazing at Ghost Shadow in great admiration. Although many female night roamers in the surroundings glanced at one another, no one stepped forward to stop them. After all, Ghost Shadow's strength was right there, and the cultivation method he passed down allowed everyone to benefit tremendously. If he wanted to say something, they would let him say it. Has this kid's brain become damaged after spending a few years in the South? Don't tell me he's trying to learn from humans and act like men are superior to women? I'd like to see what he's thinking. The Shadow Queen walked over and stared into Ghost Shadow's eyes. She was proficient in mind reading, and it was extremely effective against her own clansmen. In order to make it easier for him to speak, Ghost Shadow took off the mask he wore all year round, revealing a handsome face unique to night roamers. He was complacent, even more delighted than when he had assassinated a powerful enemy. Although he had betrayed the Shadow Palace and fled, as an other folk who had grown up in a race, he still cared about his clansmen quite a lot. The feeling of being connected by blood was not something humans could understand. Before human cultivators, he was a cold assassin, but he yearned for the recognition of his clansmen. During this period of time, he passed on knowledge to the night roamers as a tutor, earning him great respect. His once wounded heart was deeply satisfied, and he became determined to change the status of male night roamers. This was not just for his ideals, but the first step to interfering with the race. He thought, I'm stronger than you, Liu Su. If I undergo the third heavenly tribulation one day, I don't have to be some savage king. I'll just be the king of these night roamers. I'll call myself the Shadow King and show that old hag the Shadow Queen my power. Thinking up to there, Ghost Shadow suddenly shivered. The night wind seemed to chill slightly. He looked around and experienced an ominous feeling for some reason. Old hag. You better be prepared to die of old age in bed, the Shadow Queen said viciously. She raised her head and gazed over. Though, this tree really does seem more and more like it the more I look at it. Weiyang, is that you? Ocean's ancient voice suddenly rang out in her head. Yi Weiyang sighed. Tree King, it really is you. If it were someone else, it would have been impossible for them to discover her existence. Hee, only you can enter the valley silently. Why don't you give up on the assassination and sit down and have a chat with him? The Banyan Tree King said. Li Qingshan was currently leaping down from the main peak. Just what benefits did Li Qingshan give you to make you act so biased? Not only do you help him maintain the formations, but you even divulged my whereabouts. Yi Weiyang was rather displeased. If the Banyan Tree King had kept so many night roamers from her because he was abiding by his principles, she could understand that, but he had gone too far. He had gone against the basic principles he had always followed. Chapter 813. Oh! Yi Weiyang could not help but reevaluate Li Qing, who flew through the air above Savage Mountain. Li Qing was scanning the surroundings. Clearly, he had not discovered her location and had only sensed something. However, if it was just the instincts of a sudden impulse, then that would be far too sharp. It did not match his cultivation. The Banyan Tree King was definitely not someone who lied. From what he was implying, if they clashed, it would be detrimental to her as well. However, that was a little too unbelievable. He was only at the second heavenly tribulation. No matter what kind of startling abilities he possessed, he would only be at the third heavenly tribulation at most. If she wanted to, she could still assassinate him. As a result, she said, it's not that I don't believe you, but I still have to give it a try. I'll have to see whether he has the right to sit down and talk with me. The Banyan Tree King said, then go ahead and give it a try. Li Qingshan was currently cultivating in the center of the mountain when he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He left the hall and arrived on the main peak to take a look. All he saw was the gentle night breeze, the bright moon, and the gloomy banyan tree. There was nothing out of the ordinary. What's wrong? Little and arrived beside him. Li Qingshan told him what he felt. The sense of danger was so fleeting, barely discernible. Perhaps I've made a mistake. Logically speaking, what kind of danger can I encounter if I stay on Savage Mountain? No, there's another possibility. Little and shook his head gently. He took out the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase and closed his eyes to divine. What possibility? The Shadow Queen. Little and opened his eyes. The result of the divination was nothing, but that was within his expectations. Only the king of assassins of the Mist Province, the Shadow Queen, could make him feel threatened on Savage Mountain while hiding from and deceiving his instincts. Fooling regular divination was nothing difficult. Myriad poison can't fight his way in, so he's asking for reinforcements? After being pointed out by Little and the faint sense of crisis immediately became clear. Although it was still so weak that it was easy to ignore, Li Qingshan straightened his face and did not dare to be careless again. None of these kings and queens who had gone through 3 heavenly tribulations were easy to deal with, not to mention assassins who were good at defeating stronger opponents. Comparing the two, he was probably not the stronger one. Maybe she's already here. Li Qingshan flew down. His forehead lit up and turned into a single crystal-like eye. It shot out a beam of red light and scanned the valley. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense to search, but naturally, he found nothing. If she could discover her existence so easily, she wouldn't be a movie queen. Li Qingshan flew into the sky again. His eyes suddenly became tranquil, as blue as the ocean, allowing the spirit turtle to divine. The sense of danger became heavier and clearer, but it seemed to be shrouded by a black curtain, unable to find the source of danger. As a result, he no longer had any doubts. The Shadow Empress was here, but where exactly was she? Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. A power was prying into his mind. Using this thread of karma, he immediately obtained a result. She's right in front of me. Li Qingshan's face tensed up. Without saying anything else, he threw a punch forward. Yi Weiyang arrived before Li Qingshan and rubbed her chin as she studied this man known as the King of Savages. She was in no hurry to strike. You really do have some extraordinary bearing. The toughness of his body far surpasses that of regular people. He can rival demon commanders or even surpass them. There really aren't a lot of people who can stop him at the second heavenly tribulation. He can be described as a prodigy of talent. It's no wonder the Tree Lord treats him differently. However, if that's all there is to it, then tonight will be the night you die. Let me read your thoughts again. Just as Yi Weiyang used the mind-reading technique, Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes. His presence surged like a tsunami, surging through the boundless night and gathering in his right hand. His fist tore through the air. Yi Weiyang was finally moved. Not only was she shocked that he could discover her, but she was also shocked by the ferocity of this punch. Originally, in her current state, she could withstand most attacks without any problems. However, facing this punch, she felt something that she had not felt for a long time. Suppression. However, she was not at the level of Ghost Shadow, whose body twisted and moved like a shadow. Bang! Li Qingshan's punch landed in the air. In that instant, Endless Night felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The power of the shock spread out like a ripple. The space also rippled, and a shadow appeared in the air. In an instant, a white bone sword stabbed toward the shadow. Little and had made her move. Under the bright moon, the sword did not return. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and she looked like a fairy from another world. The bone sword was the same as her. It did not have any particularly shocking power. It did not reveal any aura, and even the moonlight was not tainted. It was just an ordinary sword that stabbed out. This was a sword that could kill Buddha. I've been assassinated. Yi Weiyang found this absurd. It was not because she had been careless, but because she had never thought that someone could hide their aura to this extent. Even she had not sensed it. However, a moment later, she realized that she had still underestimated this sword. The Buddha-slaying sword pierced through the darkness, and the shadows scattered like rags. The moonlight was bright, and the sky was boundless. Li Qingshan and Little and had their backs to each other. They communicated with their divine senses, as expected of the Shadow Empress. My punch only forced her out. It probably did not cause any damage. Little and said, my sword must have injured her. I just don't know how effective it was. But I have to let her know that my Savage Mountain is not a place where she can come and go as she pleases. Right now, it's true that she can come and go as she pleases, Little and said. There were probably not many people in the world who could kill her. Girl, don't be led astray by Ru Xan. Since you can't do it through force, you can do it more civilly. In the quiet night, Li Qingshan's voice suddenly broke the silence. He clasped his hands and said, I was unaware that the Shadow Empress had come to visit. I, Li Qingshan, have failed to welcome you from afar. Why don't you show yourself and have a drink with me? Under the great banyan tree, the night roamers were alarmed. They all raised their heads and looked around. When Ghost Shadow heard the two words, Shadow Empress, his face changed drastically. Although he knew it was useless, he still looked around instinctively. The Shadow Empress. She's here. Has she come to take me away? If she learns about my plans, wouldn't that mean? When he thought up to there, he no longer dared to think about it anymore. He dismissed his thoughts in a hurry and stopped letting his thoughts run wild. With that punch alone, you're worthy of the title of King of Savages. Coupled with that strike, it's no wonder you can sweep through the south. Even the King of Southern you has underestimated you. Yi Weiyang's voice rang out slowly, drifting about. Hearing this voice, Ghost Shadow's face became even paler. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. Even with the power of the spirit turtle, he was unable to lock onto her location. This was the power of the greatest assassin of the Mist Province. She really did live up to her reputation. We've never had any grievances. I even have so many night roamers under my command, so we can be regarded as kindred spirits. Don't tell me you've been instigated by the myriad poison monster to oppose me? Before you say that, why don't you try to survive first, Li Qingshan? Chapter 8:14. With a gentle wave of his right hand, he ripped open an abyss in the vast moonlight, like a huge, black mouth with crisscrossed fangs. Thousands of shadow crows flapped their wings and surged over like a black tide, swallowing Li Qingshan and Little and Master. Yu Liubua heard the disturbance and emerged from her dwelling. When she saw this, she cried out in surprise. Yi Weiyang glanced at her and felt displeased. With your strength, you actually have to acknowledge someone as your master. You've really embarrassed the night roamers. Once I kill them, I'll take you back to the Shadow Palace and train you properly. That's, after the crows flew past, an azure blue sphere hovered in the air, enveloping Li Qingshan and Little and. Although it was riddled with cracks, it managed to block all of the attacks. Yi Weiyang was slightly surprised. He actually managed to block it. What a powerful defense. However, this did not seem to be a technique, but an innate ability of demons. As it seemed, he also possessed the bloodline of demons, which gave her a slight understanding of why the Banyan Tree King wanted to protect him. Shadow Queen, feel free to use whatever moves you have, Li Qingshan said. Gloomy demon Qi turned into a set of vicious demonic armor, and the demon dragon sword spiraled out, producing a dragon's roar as it pointed straight at the Shadow Queen. Just now, when the crows passed through, the Banyan Tree King's voice rang out in his head. I want to resolve this matter for you and bring peace to both sides. However, she'll only accept it after seeing your strength, so do your best. Li Qingshan thanked the Banyan Tree King inside. It really was all thanks to him that he could come to the Mist Province this time. However, if he wanted to resolve this crisis, he still needed to rely on his own strength. Before he had even finished speaking, a cry rang out by his ear, all right. The moonlight cast a long shadow beneath Li Qingshan's feet. Suddenly, it sprung alive, turning into a blurry figure. One hand wrapped around Li Qingshan's neck from behind, while the other turned into a blade and plunged into his back. Blood spurted out, turning into flames. Whether it was the demonic armor or the spirit turtle's profound shell, they were completely useless. Li Qingshan's pupils constricted as he made a backhanded grab. The demon-subduing pagoda suddenly appeared and condensed above his head, casting down a huge shadow. It was accumulating power and was about to strike down. As long as he could pull her into close combat, even the strongest assassin would have to die here. Little and also attacked at the same time. The Buddha-slaying sword pierced through the shadow without a sound. Li Qingshan also grabbed thin air. The shadow twisted and retreated, returning to Li Qingshan's feet, becoming an ordinary shadow. It turned out that it wasn't Yu Weiyang's real body, but rather, it was just a spell that she had cast. It was so vicious and sinister that it was impossible to defend against it. All of this happened in a split second. At this moment, the flames from the blood had only produced a single spark before returning to Li Qingshan's body. The wound closed up immediately. Before Li Qingshan could even relax, another wave arose before the first had even settled. Thousands of shadow plants grew out of the space there, extending and curling around the spirit turtle's profound shell firmly. The spirit turtle's profound shell creaked as the cracks became denser and denser. It was already on the verge of shattering. Isn't the heart a weak point? Then let's try here. Yi Weiyang's figure suddenly appeared. She held a small bow that resembled a crescent moon in her hand, while she held a fine grain of sand that shone with silver light in her right hand. The bow was the crescent moon bow, a supreme treasure that had been passed down through the ancient kingdom of night. It had always been wielded by the Shadow Queen in the Shadow Palace, while the sand was stellar sand, refined from stellar stones. She drew the bowstring that resembled silver threads, and the fine sand flickered like stars. She aimed it right at Li Qingshan's forehead and loosened it gently. It was called the crescent moon shooting form. A streak of starlight pierced through the air. The spirit turtle's profound shell shattered loudly. The fragments scattered and shone brightly. Li Qingshan swung the demon dragon sword. The tip of the sword trembled, blocking the stellar sand, but he did not feel much resistance. He thought, oh no. The starlight suddenly scattered, turning into thousands of silver threads that landed on Li Qingshan's body. His body only felt a slight pain, like he had been bitten by insects. But in that moment, thousands of stars lit up in Li Qingshan's soul, flickering as if they wanted to shatter his soul. Even his will wavered. As it turned out, this move was not meant to harm the body, but to directly attack the soul. Sigh, I've wasted another grain of stellar sand. Since the body is tough, I'll attack the soul and sea of consciousness. That's the way of assassination. Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan. You've suffered 3 fatal strikes from me in a row. You won't die in vain. Yi Weiyang stowed the crescent moon bow away and looked at Li Qingshan, but she was disappointed once again. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan bellowed and sighed. The figure of the spirit turtle appeared, shining brightly and suppressing the stars. The phoenix danced through the air, repairing his damaged soul. A while later, his mind cleared up and he said proudly, "Is that all?" Yi Weiyang let out an interjection of surprise. She understood the power of the crescent moon bow the best. She thought, even if Li Qingshan survived, he would faint. That was because people with tough bodies often lacked the tempering of their souls. However, she did not know that Li Qingshan practiced the 4 transformations of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. His soul was even stronger than his body. Suddenly, she thought of something, and the Buddha-slaying sword swung down from behind. As it turned out, when Li Qingshan drew away Yu Weiyang's attention, little and had already circled around her silently. Against an opponent like her, the skull prayer beads and the blood sea banner were not particularly effective. Only the Buddha-slaying sword was bold enough to land a blow on her. Qing's punch came effortlessly. This damned girl, why isn't she breathing at all? If I get injured again, I'll be utterly humiliated tonight. I'll show you what's good for this time. With a flash, Yu Weiyang dodged the strike. She was slightly annoyed inside. His deep blue eyes stared at the beautiful face that was as tranquil as water. He swung the crescent moon star shooting bow in his hand, and the bowstring suddenly flew out, sweeping towards Xiao An's neck like a blade. Little and ignored it, continuing to swing at the Shadow Queen. It was just the same plain strike, without any sharp light or chilling sword chi. Nice! Li Qingshan praised and sighed. He never thought that not only would her cultivation progress so quickly in the past few years in the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, but even her swordsmanship had improved so much. She had merged the Buddhist Dharma and Zen principles into the path of the sword, breaking away from the sword intent of the 3 absolutes calligraphy and forming a style of her own. Yi Weiyang brushed past Little and dodged Li Qingshan's attack at the same time, but a bloody mark appeared on her face. Although she had dodged the Buddha's slaying sword, she was still injured by the invisible sword qi, which made her even more furious. However, compared to the damage she had caused, this was basically a negligible sacrifice. She was actually so fearless of her life. A thin, bloody mark appeared on Little Anne's fair neck, circling around it. The bowstring had already severed it, but she still paid no attention to it. She combined their swords with Li Qingshan and charged towards the Shadow Queen again. Yi Weiyang's body flickered, swimming through the blades. Her heart was filled with disbelief. She's been beheaded, but she's actually treating it like nothing. Is she still human? In this world, unless they were ghosts, the body was extremely important. No matter how high their cultivation was, they could not be damaged so easily. However, Little and even Li Qingshan had both broken this common sense. Speaking from their very nature, they were not human. Little Anne practiced the path of white bone and great beauty, so her body was just an illusion. When the bowstring swept past, it only separated her neck bone slightly. Li Qingshan went without saying. Only someone who could overwhelm him with absolute strength like the Dragon King of the Sea could kill him. The two of them worked together to fend off a powerful enemy. They were extremely well coordinated. Sword qi interwove and layered on top of each other. However, Yi Weiyang moved through the streaks of light like a fish in the surging waves. She was completely unscathed. In the end, she leapt up and merged into the night again. For now, it's difficult for her to pose a fatal threat to me and Shaoan, but it's almost impossible to kill her. If she keeps dodging, we won't even be able to harm her. She really is the most difficult person to deal with since coming to the southern border. Li Qingshan furrowed his brows in thought. Compared to the Shadow Queen, the fire-devouring kings instead posed a greater threat to him, as the strength of assassins lay in targeting vital points and defeating those stronger than them despite being weaker. However, if they did not have any vital points, the threat of an assassin would be drastically reduced. Meanwhile, the fire-devouring king's powers of flames could crush them head-on. No matter what their weak points were, they would be burnt to a crisp as long as they were not strong enough. However, in comparison, killing the Shadow Queen was much more difficult than killing the fire-devouring kings. The two of them are at the second heavenly tribulation, but the strength they've demonstrated is already close to third heavenly tribulation cultivators. And I don't know what cultivation method they practice, but their bodies are vastly different from regular people. Piercing their hearts and beheading them is useless. No wonder the myriad poison is so generous. I didn't think the matter would actually be so troublesome. Yi Weiyang was no longer as relaxed as she was in the beginning. She began to think seriously. If I want to kill him, I'll have to take some risks and engage him in close combat. Yi Weiyang's eyes turned cold, and she silently took out a dagger. The dagger was around a foot in length and completely black and transparent, like a half-transparent shadow. A black snake coiled around the hilt. Her killing intent immediately sharpened. The spirit turtle let out a shrill warning. Li Qingshan frowned. Shadow Queen, if you attack again, I'm going to run. Run? Yi Weiyang found this rather funny. If he had said it out loud, then so be it, but he actually used a threat like that. You can try to kill me, or there will be a day when I flatten the Shadow Palace. Li Qingshan said resolutely. He unfurled his phoenix wings to the limit, and the fierce winds began to whistle. He was only waiting to flap his wings and take flight. He could not deal with the Shadow Queen, but was the Shadow Queen supposed to kill him so easily? If you insist on going against me today, don't blame me for returning the favor tenfold in the future. All right, then I'll try. Why would Yi Weiyang allow herself to be threatened? She smiled coldly and swung the dagger, about to strike. All of you, get over here. The Banyan Tree King's ancient voice suddenly rang out, echoing through the mountains and demonstrating great dignity. Yi Weiyang and Li Qingshan were both taken aback. The Banyan Tree King had a mild temperament and was particular about letting nature take its course. He rarely gave orders so sternly. Although he had always been as gentle and benevolent as an old grandfather, even the Shadow Queen dared not disobey him once he became stern. She revealed herself and arrived before the great banyan tree. This was not out of fear, but out of respect. Whether it be the night roamers or the Shadow Queen herself, they had all benefited greatly from him. Chapter 8:15. The curved moon sank a little further. Their clash had only lasted for a moment, and the danger Li Qingshan had faced was one of the few battles he had faced in his life. He had not used his full strength, and the Shadow Queen had clearly held back too. If they continued fighting, Li Qingshan personally believed he could not do anything to her. Taking a beating passively was not in his character, so all he could do was avoid her for now. However, if he did that, his series of plans in the south would be greatly affected. Now that the Banyan Tree King had stepped forward to mediate, it was for the best. As a result, he arrived before the great banyan tree and maintained his distance from the Shadow Queen. Although she had appeared, she was still blurry, as if she could merge with the darkness at any time. It was even more impossible to see her face clearly. Li Qingshan did not disperse his demonic armor either. He temporarily folded up his phoenix wings, letting them hang on his back like two balls of fire. He could not place all his hopes on others at any time. He had to be prepared for the worst. Please allow me to mediate for the two of you. Although the Banyan Tree King said, please, his tone left no room for negotiation. The cloud-like canopy swayed gently in the night wind, producing a rustling sound. It was a tangible sense of the dignity this demon king of the Mist province possessed. Please go ahead. Yi Weiyang fiddled around with the shadow dagger in her hand and glanced at Li Qingshan. Weiyang, you said you wanted to test his qualifications, so I let you try. What do you think now? The Banyan Tree King asked. He's qualified. Yi Weiyang could not help but admit this. His strength could be described as exceeding her expectations. Then let's sit down and talk. The Banyan Tree King said. Two aerial roots drooped down, coiling into two seats. A wooden pillar rose up between the seats, holding a simple, wooden teapot and a few teacups. There's no need to talk. He's actually using the Shadow Palace to threaten me. He's definitely going to die tonight. Yi Weiyang did not sit down. Although she respected the Banyan Tree King, she still had her pride as the Shadow Queen. Then let's give it a try. Li Qingshan laughed, baring his fangs. He was never a kind person. If the two of you can really fight to the death, how can I be a good person for nothing? If you trust me, then sit down. The Banyan Tree King said. He was not a peacemaker who would stick his nose into everything. His mediation was to protect the interests of both parties. At this point, Yi Weiyang couldn't say anything more. She sat down, and Li Qingshan also sat opposite her. They looked at each other warily. Qingshan, this mediation is related to the success or failure of your matters in the southern border. You can't fight because of personal feelings anymore. I am willing to help you resolve today's crisis. Weiyang, I've known you for a long time and can be considered to have an understanding of your strength. This mediation concerns the future of you and the Shadow Palace, so you can't underestimate me anymore. I'll help you avoid future disasters. The Banyan Tree King's voice was calm and magnanimous. Moreover, it was all for their sake, so they couldn't help but submit. When Yi Weiyang heard the solemn tone of the Banyan Tree King, she couldn't help but re-examine Li Qingshan in front of her. He is only 30-something years old now, but he already has such strength. Furthermore, it seems like he hasn't used his full strength yet. How terrifying. If he is given another 30 years, he might really become a person whose name will shake the world. That girl called little and is not below him in terms of talent. The future disasters that the Tree King mentioned are not empty words. If the two of you have no objections, then please show your true face to show your sincerity. The Banyan Tree King said. Li Qingshan extended his hand and picked up the teapot, pouring himself a cup of tea. The vicious armor on his hand turned to dust and dispersed, disintegrating inch by inch. He took a sip of the tea and stared at his face in the clear tea. Demonifying to hide his identity as the North Moon was quite a good idea. Little and accepted the teapot from the side and poured a cup for the Shadow Queen. She made a gesture of please. Her composure gave off an ethereal aura. Li Qingshan needed to take a forceful stance. He could not back down, so she had come to express his sincerity in his place, urging him to mediate this time. Even though they were enemies, Yu Weiyang could not help but sigh in admiration of her bearing. However, she found their relationship even more difficult to understand. Brother and sister? Couple? But they did not seem like it either. She accepted the teacup and nodded at little N. She held the teacup and sipped it carefully. She was extremely elegant, completely different from her malevolence and viciousness when she was assassinating someone. Compared to human nobles, night roamers could be regarded as even more ancient nobles, one of the 7 divine kingdoms. A pair of large, deep blue eyes emerged from the blurry shadows, as if they had parted the thick mist and revealed themselves. The corner of Li Qingshan's eye twitched. He was rather surprised. The greatest assassin of the Mist Province actually had a harmless, babyish face. Coupled with her petite figure, she seemed like a young girl, which was quite different from what he had imagined her to be. Of course, her actual age was definitely much older than she seemed on the surface. What are you looking at? Yi Weiyang sat with her legs crossed and placed her right arm on the table, propping up her cheek. She picked up a cup of tea with her left hand and drank it all in a single gulp as she said coldly. However, her voice was gone too. Just now, it had become rather sweet and gloomy, and it no longer seemed as dignified as before. Although she had become a cutie in a single second, Li Qingshan did not relax at all. The Shadow Queen was still the Shadow Queen. At the same time, he stared at her closely, which made Yi Weiyang very unhappy. The banyan tree king sighed and sighed. It was said that when people were angry, their intelligence would be no different from that of a child, so he did not do something like pacifying a child. I've already stated the pros and cons clearly, so let's talk about it. If you leave right now, I'll treat it like nothing has happened. Li Qingshan lowered the curtain and said indifferently, "For the sake of the Tree King, I can spare your life. I'll be taking all the night roamers here with me." Yi Weiyang placed down the teacup and said firmly, "Don't even think about it." Li Qingshan's voice was just as indifferent as before, but it was filled with unparalleled determination. "Then there's no need to talk about it. They're my clansmen. I definitely won't let them wander outside and become slaves. Even if I have to use everything the Shadow Palace has, I'll take them back with me. No matter what kind of trouble there is, my Shadow Palace can endure it." Yi Weiyang leaned forward and stared at Li Qingshan with her large, deep blue eyes. Her murderousness permeated the surroundings. "They've followed me for many years. I won't sell them out for a moment of temporary safety." Li Qingshan slammed the table and stared back at her without backing down. He refused to back down. Honestly speaking, as his strength rapidly increased, this group of night roamers no longer held much actual value to him. However, with his relationship with Yi Luobo and Yi Liusu, it was impossible for him to just hand them over so easily. This answer left Yi Weiyang rather surprised. Then she sneered. "Originally, I thought you were a little heroic, not as hypocritical as regular humans. I didn't think you'd actually say something so shameless." She had saved many clansmen in the past, so she could completely imagine just how oppressed night roamers would be under the rule of an alien race. They seemed peaceful and happy on the surface, but it could not change the reality that they would be treated as slaves, ordered around and toyed around with as they pleased. Whether I'm shameless or not isn't something you can judge. They live and work in peace and contentment here. If you want to take them away with a single word, you'll have to ask whether they're willing or not." Li Qingshan said. "All right, then I'll cut to the chase. Let's make a bet. If they're willing to leave with me, you can't stop them." The corner of Yi Weiyang's lips curled slightly. That was exactly what she had been waiting for. "Then what if they're unwilling?" Li Qingshan asked. "As you wish," Yi Weiyang said. Who would be willing to be oppressed by an outsider instead of being with their own clansmen? Whether it be from the perspective of emotions or benefits, it was impossible. "Lu Su, Lu Bo, Lu Xing, come over here." "Oh, right, and you, Ghost the Third," Li Qingshan said. Yi Lu Su and her sisters had been paying attention to the activity here the entire time. In the blink of an eye, they arrived over and bowed. "Greetings, my king and ma am Shadow Queen." Ghost shadows slowly appeared too, directly dropping to one knee and saying nothing. He originally wanted to flee, but when he thought about how it was impossible for him to escape from the Shadow Queen's grasp, he could only accept his fate. In the past, he was able to escape from the Shadow Palace all because of Yi Weiyang's benevolence, which was equivalent to giving him a holiday. As it seemed now, no matter how long a holiday was, it would come to an end eventually. When he thought of his life in the Shadow Palace, he could not help but grimace, unable to say anything. Yi Weiyang did not even glance at Ghost Shadow. She studied Yi Liusu and her sisters. Although they were all of the same race, females were still more reliable at the end of the day. Especially Yi Liusu, who was clearly the leader of the group, had a calm attitude, neither servile nor overbearing, which satisfied her the most. In the Shadow Palace, there were many juniors who were stronger than her, but this kind of bearing was very rare. Considering that she had wandered outside and had not been carefully nurtured, she was especially valued. You all heard what was said just now. If you have any thoughts, feel free to speak freely. With me here, no one can force you to do anything. Yi Weiyang said warmly, as if she was licking her calf, causing Li Qingshan's heart to move. He said, "You have all followed me for many years, and I have never let you down. Even now, I am not willing to force you to do anything. Who is this Shadow Queen, and what kind of place the Shadow Palace is? I believe Ghost the Third has told you a lot. All good things must come to an end. If you want to return to your race, I will not blame you." Yi Weiyang looked at Li Qingshan in surprise. She did not expect that not only did he not obstruct them, but he also expressed his stance like this. Could it be that there was some conspiracy? Li Qingshan responded with a smile, which made him seem even more magnanimous. "Master, I will never leave you." Yu Liubo immediately arrived beside Li Qingshan. Her eyes were filled with admiration and admiration. Yi Weiyang frowned. Sure enough, there was a scheme. She never thought this despicable kid would actually use love to bewitch people. However, a night roamer who could be bewitched by love was not worth her attention. She could tell a long time ago that Yu Liubo's talent was not particularly impressive. She had basically reached her limit by cultivating to this point. It was basically impossible for her to advance any further. What determined the direction of this group of night roamers was still Yi Liusu. Yi Liusu sank into her thoughts. Yi Liuxing gazed at her silently, waiting for her to make a decision. Quite a while later, Yi Liusu said, "Ma, am Shadow Queen, I am willing to join the Shadow Palace and accept your command." "All right." Yi Weiyang was overjoyed. She looked at Li Qingshan and asked, "What else do you have to say?" Li Qingshan understood that Yi Liusu prioritized the race over everything, so it was not strange at all for her to make a decision like that. However, he still felt slightly disappointed. If that's the case. Chapter 816. Oh! When will that be? Yi Weiyang asked. When I undergo the third heavenly tribulation and gain the right to inherit the position of Shadow Queen, Yi Liusu said calmly. Li Qingshan could not help but laugh aloud. She really was a woman who had followed him for so long. She had her own lofty aspirations. Yi Weiyang said, "What bold words. Do you know how difficult it is to take that step? If you have my assistance, you might have a better chance." "Have you been bewitched by this kid as well?" "Ma, am Shadow Queen. Do you know just how many hardships we've gone through to get here step by step? If you say we've been bewitched, that's not exactly wrong, but it's more accurate to say that we know how to repay kindness. Over a decade ago, we could only drag out an ignoble existence underground, splitting into 6 clans and killing one another. We were treated as slaves and playthings. Over such a long period of time, none of us even underwent the second heavenly tribulation, yet today, we're able to live peacefully and freely under the great banyan tree, in this blessed land of cultivation. It's all because of him." Yi Liusu gazed at the banyan tree king before withdrawing her gaze and looking at Li Qingshan. Her gaze was sincere. Yi Weiyang frowned. "He's just using you." "I hope that's the case as well, but unfortunately, our value to him is very limited. He's always been very busy, so he doesn't have much time to pay attention to us. As a result, Most of the time, we just rest and recuperate in the environment he provides. Even now, there's not much we can help him with anymore. Yi Lu-su let out a gloomy sigh. Don't you want to return to your clan? I'm your clansman, your senior. Yi Wei-young pressed down on Yi Lu-su's shoulder, but both in terms of height and appearance, she seemed a little younger. As the saying goes, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of an ox. I know night roamers should stay together rather than be separated, so I agreed to return to the Shadow Palace and accept Ma'am's Shadow Queen's leadership. However, the Shadow Palace isn't a peaceful place either. After experiencing so many things, how could I not understand that status is earned through strength? Yi Lu-su bowed. Yi Wei-young could tell that Yi Lu-su was determined and could not be swayed by words, while Yu Liuxing stood firmly beside Yi Lu-su, so she simply abandoned them and arrived on the huge, knotted banyan tree root. She said loudly, I am the master of the Shadow Palace, the king of night roamers. Who is willing to return to the Shadow Palace with me? The night roamers gathered under the tree. When they heard that, they looked at one another, but none of them stepped forward. Regular night roamers admired Yi Lu-su very much, and they were reluctant to give up on their current, comfortable lives. As for the night roamers with relatively higher cultivations, they had all experienced the era of internal strife in Cobweb City, so they were doubtful. Yi Wei-young finally realized that this group of night roamers were different from the night roamers she had taken in the past. They were in no hurry to return to their clan. She looked back at Li Qingshan and said, Looks like you really treat them well. As you can see. Li Qingshan took a sip of tea with a smile. Yi Wei-young returned to her seat rather gloomily and said to Yi Lu-su, Kid, looks like you've made up your mind to stay here. I know that bitch must have passed on many things from the Shadow Palace to you, but do you know that as a man, he can't come into contact with the true core secret techniques? Ghost Shadow, who had been holding his breath the entire time, shuddered. The Shadow Queen was not even willing to mention his name. She clearly resented him very much. If he returned to the Shadow Palace, he would definitely be in for a treat. Please guide me, master. Yi Lu-su knelt before Yi Wei-young. Yi Wei-young was amused by this as well. She pointed at her and said, You sure are cunning. You won't listen to me, yet you want to take me as your master. Yi Lu-su said, I believe you feel the same way as me. What do I feel? I hope the night roamers can develop and strengthen. I hope I can gaze up at the stars and moon freely and never be oppressed by anyone again. Yi Lu-su raised her head and stared straight into Yi Wei-young's eyes. Because it came from the bottom of her heart, she seemed extremely sincere. This was an unyielding ideal that she had experienced countless hardships. Compared to her personal gains and losses, she valued the entire clan more. Even if many clansmen wanted to kill her, she would not change her mind. Yi Wei-young was moved by this too. Some things could not be faked, much less fooling her eyes. Li Qingshan said, Fellow Shadow Queen, there's still night roamers at the end of the day. Don't you dare, but when we night roamers are talking. Yi Wei-young barked. Unknowingly, her attitude towards Li Qingshan had become much friendlier. Just now, she was filled with killing intent towards Li Qingshan. She even refused to accept the Banyan Tree King's mediation. The most important reason for this was because he had enslaved her clansmen. Now that the misunderstanding had been resolved, she understood that the situation was completely different from what she had imagined it to be. Not only was he not an oppressor, but he was even a liberator and protector from a certain perspective. I'm an outsider, so it's best if I leave first. Liu-su, why don't you have a good chat with the senior of yours? Li Qingshan shrugged with a smile and stood up, pulling Yi Lu-su to his seat. It was all thanks to her clever speech that this mediation had succeeded. With how much the Shadow Queen valued her clansmen, she would never give up until she achieved her objective. However, if they submitted to the Shadow Palace so easily, not only would it humiliate him, but it would also touch on many of his secrets. This could be regarded as the best outcome. All right, Qingshan, said Yi Lu-su. Li Qingshan was taken aback. He touched her cheek and smiled. Sure enough, you're emboldened by someone's support. I just wanted to ease your mind earlier. Actually, I'm reluctant to let you leave either. He had never cared too much about titles. From a certain perspective, he was actually a person who pursued equality very much. Back in the Clear River Prefecture, even when his cultivation completely surpassed Hwasungzan and the others, he did not think of himself as superior. He still behaved normally. However, not everyone in this world could get along with each other like that. There would always be bitches who felt they should be superior to you, and there would always be enemies who needed to speak with their fists. If you did not stomp on their heads, they would not know what you were. Yi Liusu's face reddened slightly. She only wanted to prove to the Shadow Queen that their relationship was not as simple as master and servant. She hoped that the Shadow Queen could pass on the secret technique to her without worry. Li Qingshan felt his arm tighten. Little and slender fingers dug deeply into it, so he chuckled and turned around to leave. Ghost Shadow really was like a shadow, drifting behind Li Qingshan. He silently prayed that the Shadow Queen would place all her attention on Yi Liusu and the others, so she would not pay attention to his movements. "Bitch, stop right there." Yi Weiyang glanced at him and called out. Ghost Shadow stiffened and fell silent out of fear. He turned around and knelt down. "Li Qingshan, this bitch is a member of my Shadow Palace. He's been fooling around in the South all these years, yet he's actually known as the greatest assassin of the South. Why doesn't he take a piss and look at himself? How embarrassing. Please remove the blood oath so that he can return to the Shadow Palace with me and continue doing what he should be doing." Although Yi Weiyang was talking to Li Qingshan, her gaze was locked onto Ghost Shadow, like a black leopard eyeing its prey. Women were very vengeful. Chapter 817. He's still my third cave master after all. I've already promised so many night roamers to him. Why? Just leave him here and continue serving me. I believe there will be a day when the blood oath is removed and he can regain his freedom. Having resolved the most fundamental conflict, Li Qingshan's attitude eased up and he smiled. Everything else can be discussed today, but I have to take this bitch away, Yi Weiyang said. Li Qingshan glanced at Ghost Shadow curiously. He had no idea how he had offended the Shadow Queen so deeply. "I'm afraid I can't comply with that. If I can't even protect a subordinate, what's the point of being the king of savages?" Ghost Shadow cast a grateful gaze at Li Qingshan. From a certain perspective, his objective was the same as Yi Liusu's. They both underwent the third heavenly tribulation before returning to the Shadow Palace. Yi Weiyang gradually raised an eyebrow. Her sinister killing intent began to permeate the surroundings. Li Qingshan turned to his side and looked back at her. His smile remained the same, but he showed no intentions of backing down. The atmosphere that had just eased up immediately tensed up again. It made the banyan tree king sigh inside. Ghost Shadow's existence was not particularly important to them, yet they just had to fall into a stalemate for the sake of their pride. Shadow Queen, can you listen to me on this?" Yi Liusu interrupted before shooting a glance at Li Qingshan. If they stayed together any longer, they would definitely start arguing again. "All right, I'll listen to what you have to say first before I take this bitch away," said Yi Weiyang. A crescent moon silently sank into the western mountains. The first rays of dawn surged in the east. Ghost Shadow followed closely behind Li Qingshan nervously, but in the end, the Shadow Queen did not appear again. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief and settle down. Yi Liusu sat under the great banyan tree. The seat before her was empty. Yi Weiyang had already left Savage Mountain silently. She was still in thought, remaining silent for a very long time. There was a flash before her, and Li Qingshan sat down in front of her. He smiled. "How was it? Did you have a pleasant conversation?" Yi Liusu nodded slightly and suddenly put on a charming smile. "Thank you." Li Qingshan stood up and looked to the east. The road ahead is still long. In the myriad poison cult, several hundred fire basins of varying heights burned with gloomy, green flames, dyeing the hall a wretched green. The myriad poison ancestor sat on his throne and felt rather uneasy, so he stood up and paced around the hall. He thought, have I miscalculated something? When the Shadow Empress makes a move, even I don't dare to be negligent, let alone a mere second heavenly tribulation brat. There's only death awaiting him. At this moment, The flames moved without any wind, rising and flickering. The myriad poison ancestor's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly looked back, only to see that an additional item had appeared on the throne. It was the treasure of the myriad poison cult that he had offered as a reward. His expression changed, and he actually gave up on the assassination. Why? Why? He waved his arms and shouted loudly. His wide sleeves fluttered in the wind as a faint green flame ignited. However, there was no answer. Only his voice constantly echoed through the hall. Never did he imagine that the Banyan Tree King would support a human for free, helping him control formations and mediate disputes. However, with the assistance of the Banyan Tree King, Li Qingshan was instead even more at ease in the Mist Province than in the Green Province. Before long, the news of this battle spread across the south very quickly, even reaching the entire Mist Province. The Myriad Poison Cult was a very renowned large sect in the Mist Province, yet they had actually been destroyed by the King of Savages, Li Qingshan, in a single battle. Even the Myriad Poison Ancestor was helpless against him. Everyone found this unbelievable. After hearing Qian Liangmu's report, the King of Southern Yu also became surprised. He held the chess piece between his fingers and forgot to place it down. He said to the Banyan Tree King on the other side of the chessboard, "Sure enough, there's a reason why you've taken a liking to this kid, fellow. It does make my killing intent grow heavier. Let's just focus on harmony." The Banyan Tree King smiled. The King of Southern Yu raised an eyebrow, and the surprise in his eyes deepened. The Banyan Tree King's attitude was even clearer than last time. Last time, he said he was forming a good relationship with him, not exactly protecting him, but now, his intention of protecting him was very strong. It was very worth considering. It had to be mentioned that when the Banyan Tree King agreed to control Savage Mountain's formations and went to great lengths to mediate between him and the Shadow Queen, he was no longer absolutely neutral. Even with his wisdom, it was impossible for him to not have any likes and dislikes, as well as distance between people. When others looked at Li Qingshan, they only treated him as a genius disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, but in his eyes, he was a supreme prodigy that only appeared once every 1,000 or even 10,000 years among demons, and he had a fortuitous encounter with him. The King of Southern Yu said in amusement, "No wonder this Li Qingshan is bold enough to come to the south and become the next commander. As long as you give the order, who's bold enough to touch a hair on him? Life and death are decreed by fate. Riches and honor are determined by the heavens." The Banyan Tree King expressed his attitude. If the King of Southern Yu really did make up his mind to eliminate Li Qingshan, he would not forcefully stop him. This was what he had to bear when he referred to him as fellow. "Aren't people of my generation supposed to defy the heavens and change fate?" the King of Southern Yu asked. The Banyan Tree King only smiled. He did not answer. "Li Qingshan, are you bold enough to come out and fight me?" Above Savage Mountain, the Myriad Poison Ancestor rode on a poisonous cloud. His voice boomed like thunder, making no effort to hide the raging fury in his heart. "Myriad Poison, you old coot. How dare you act so recklessly on Savage Mountain? Aren't you afraid I'll wipe out your Myriad Poison cult?" Li Qingshan stood on the top of the mountain and laughed aloud. "Whether you're bold or not, you only need to say the word," the Myriad Poison Ancestor said. "What if I say I'm not bold enough?" Li Qingshan said leisurely. "Then you can drop the title of King of Savages, because you're not worthy," the Myriad Poison Ancestor said. "Someone vaguely told me that too. Whether I'm worthy or not isn't something an old coot like you can decide. If you want me to come out, then I just won't come out," Li Qingshan said. All right. If you're so capable, don't come out for the rest of your life. I'd like to see just how long you can hide for." The Myriad Poison Ancestor pointed at Savage Mountain and said in exasperation. He had truly been angered this time. He was even willing to use such a stupid method to teach Li Qingshan a lesson. "You can stay here for as long as you want. I can't be happier cultivating in my dwelling," Li Qingshan said. The Myriad Poison Ancestor snorted coldly and sat on the cloud. He had made up his mind to go head-to-head with Li Qingshan. If he stays outside Savage Mountain the entire time, the cave masters we let out won't be able to report back, Little and said. Just let them stay outside for a little longer. I'll piss off this old coot first. I obviously won't be hiding the entire time and competing with him in terms of patience. I just happen to want to use him for some practice. Li Qingshan rubbed his hands and said eagerly. Although the lifespans of cultivators were much longer than mortals, their concept of time was not as distinct as mortals either. The higher their cultivation, the more this was the case. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The myriad poison ancestor had no intentions of leaving. He seemed to be submerged in cultivation, but he had always been paying attention to Savage Mountain below. As soon as Li Qingshan left the formation, he definitely would not be able to escape his senses. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.